What is time? Time is a social construct. Sorry, guys. I was 5 minutes late, and then it turned into 15 minutes because, and you'll probably see the camera do this. The camera is doing that weird, glitchy thing that it hasn't been doing for a little while. And I was just saying yesterday how nice it is that it hasn't been doing that. But my camera is, so luckily it's not the big camera, but it's still one of them. So I was trying to fix that. Um, someone we believe in you, Texas. Oh, what? What? Like a like a pet monkey? Like a capuchin? I have questions. Now I'm invested. I still feel like this. Sorry. Losing my voice apparently. Still feel like this is somehow still not quite right. One of these days we'll figure out our tech situation. What if I lower it? I think if I lower it, it helps a little. Sorry, I'm giving everybody whiplash by looking at that. All right. Of all the random shit this week, we believe in you, Texas. Be in and out as I just watched Whisper of the Heart earlier, and I'm watching the sequel. Nice. If anyone needs me, I'm lurking and making a sneaky meal. Thanks, Ellery. We appreciate you. Avery, I received my Perry calendar, and I love it. Yay! I'm so glad. I was so nervous. I've never done merch before. My cat is so jealous that I'm displaying another cat in my room. Well, mine is, you'll notice, not in this room, and it's because it's downstairs, because my mom was like, you gotta put it where we can all see it. So it's downstairs on the bookshelf in the living room. Boom. Monkey. Oh gosh. Interesting. Why was it was at the school? Is it an emotional support monkey? I just have questions. Sorry, I just have nosy questions now. I'm just invested. Maybe. I think that just made it worse somehow. You know, when you're like, well, it can't be any worse, and then you're like, oh, there it is, worse. Okay. So how's everybody doing? I see that Tex is in some form of purgatory, but we believe that you will survive. Come on. All right. You know what? Fine. Not like I needed this camera. Not like I wanted to read or anything tonight. It's fine. I'll live with it. Hey, Kokski. Sorry, I always say that wrong. Sorry, you had to watch Velma for YouTube. I felt good getting to rant about it. I feel like I'm at some sort of peace now that I've ranted. Hi, Milo. Very well. Excited, awake to catch the live stream. Yay! Everybody's so invested in the monkey situation. Need a question. We were in the next meeting. Oh gosh. Sneaky cup noodle because my dad's fasting for a minor. Oh. Medical screening procedure, so I had to stealth dinner for his Oh, that's sweet of you. I always feel bad when like somebody's like not able to eat because they have to like fast for labs or stuff, and it's like I'm just gonna eat in the other room. I don't want to make anybody feel bad. Hey Noah, hey Chris. Crocheting a Snow White doll. Aw. Try felting her face. Honestly, I feel she's not the prettiest, but I don't want to redo her face. I'm sure she's pretty. Or my background noise watching Star Wars Rebels. Nice! Yay! Oh gosh. Yep, the camera's doing the weird camera thing. It's not doing it as much as it was doing it when I was troubleshooting it. I was hoping it wouldn't do it at all, though, so sorry in advance if that happens throughout the night. Actually, okay, I refuse to actually watch it. But from the clips, one of the things that annoys me about Velma seems to have this look how edgy we are while being weirdly... Yeah, no, for real. Like, they're trying to be, like, an edgy, like, another edgy adult cartoon, but they're not, like, doing anything funny or interesting. So it's just, like, okay. Objective personality. Camera. I'm not about this right now. Hey, Cameron. I did hear about Rick and Morty. I actually heard about it for the first time when I was gathering clips this morning? Yesterday. Yesterday early in the morning I was finishing up editing the video and I saw there's a clip, you can see it in the video, one of the clips that I pulled, the headlines about, like, I think one of the headlines about the animation situation had the headline about that whole situation, and I was like, oh, and I just, like, kept working on the video, and then my brother was like, oh my god, this is insane. Anyway, all right, camera, why are we doing the things that we're doing right now? What? Okay, hang on. Nope. Oh. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. But hi. We will get to the book. Oh, I need to grab the book off the shelf. Damn it. I'm so... The day that I, like, am actually able to get my shit together is going to be the day that you know I've been replaced by an alien. Watch Mr. Ink instead, yes. Velma's getting slowly better. That is good. I am glad that it's getting slowly better. The initial flaws are still there, and I still don't see the justification for it being set in the Scooby-Doo verse. I don't either. It almost... Somebody else was mentioning, and I was agreeing with them in the comments, that it feels like a reskin of something else, that they were just like, it'll sell better if it's Velma. Like, if it's Mystery Inc. Camera. Why, camera? Why are we doing the things that we're doing? Do you like how I'm chastising the camera as if the camera cares what I think of it? Wait. Let's have a stream where we make our own Scooby-Doo show. Can make the concept art as we go. I've had the thought that we should at least write our own Scooby-Doo mysteries at some point. It would be fun after we've read through all the ones that we have. Tech Ghost. Oh god, the Tech Ghost was caught in traffic and now he's here. Patrick's doing. Dang it, Patrick. I actually also invoked the name of They Who Shall Not Be Named, so, you know. Interesting parody, satire, Scooby-Doo. Yeah, if they had, like, deconstructed the characters in an interesting way, that could have been really fun. They want to be this weird combination of, like, Schitt's Creek and The Good Place, but they don't have the writing caliber of either of those things. But I'm convinced that there's one writer who is genuinely clever that they never listen to, because every once in a while you would get those jokes of, like, yeah, I know, I was voted most revengey in yearbook. Those yearbook guys have no idea what's coming to them. Like, there's stuff like that. It's like, why couldn't all the jokes be like that? That was funny. Starting to look like a VHS tape. I don't even have to do my own effects anymore. It's just doing it for me. There we go. Bright side. There's always a bright side. It's a pet. Oh my god, my mom would be freaking out. She absolutely loves monkeys so much, especially the little capuchin monkeys, the little ones. And she's like, look, she'll like show me a TikTok and she'll be like, look, they're giving their monkey a bath. And I'm like, oh my God. It's apparently allowed in Texas. Texas is such a, literally the Wild West, I guess. Reboots need to be different so characters can be reinvented. However, I feel that the characterization they did these characters is so far, yeah, way removed. Yeah, they're not at all the same characters in any way, and they don't really play off of like the tropes of the characters in any real meaningful way. Chia. I always. Oh my God. Do you guys remember the Chia Pets commercials? It used to just be like an earworm in my head, and I used to be like, make it stop. One, they had to make it Scooby-Doo to get the funding, and two, it was meant to be set in a college uni originally. That does give me that takeaway for sure. Hey, Trick. It was an adult parody before halfway through they realized that they'd cut off a large demographic. Yeah, and I think arguably they made the right choice because I think, like, I have an appreciation for the Scooby-Doo live action movies that I never had before. I think they're genuinely funny. Because even though they take it in their own direction, they're still purposeful and true to the characters with it. And I think that's the difference. What did Bob Ross say today? I believe Bob Ross was a painting today. Here, I can get it. I have to go get the book anyway, so hang tight, guys. So imagine this, right? I have so many books in my collection. I really need a new bookshelf, but I haven't gotten one yet because I'm a disaster human being. So all of the books are like 2 rows to a shelf, and then they're stacked up on top of each other too. So this particular book, I had to like pull like a bunch of books down to then grab this book out, and I'm like, there has to be it's a very effective storage process because what it means is I can store so many books and I remember where everything is. The bad news is it takes 5 minutes to get a book off the shelf, but you know. Let's see, what is today? The 26th, yeah. I just had like an existential crisis. I was like, what day is it? This is the Bob Ross for today. It's this pretty little snowy mountains in the background with a nice little autumny looking foreground. It's very, very pretty. I'm so nervous to rip the pages off because they're so pretty. I need to put it somewhere. Set it down here for now where it's safe. Also, the sticker that my mom found for me is brilliant and I love it. Brooke, wait a second. Is there a corgi? Your phone pops on. It's a fox. It's a fox. It's upside down. Foxes have been a thing with me since I was a child. I know that's kind of a basic white girl thing now, but I've always had a thing for foxes. And foxes and white wolves. It's a long story. But my mom gave me this for my birthday because I needed a new pop socket. Guys, we're literally doing it. I feel like I have to imagine this is my headcanon, right? There's like I picture that writer's room being like 6 or 7 writers who are completely out of touch with like what comedy as a general concept is, right? Sorry to be harsh, but I have had to spend a lot of time on this episode, on this video with these 2 episodes. I also, and then there's one guy, like I feel like it's one dude and he's back there and he's like the young guy that nobody takes seriously and he's just like, hey, this is a bad idea. And they barely ever listen to him. But the times that they do, he gets in those like one-liners where it's just like those throwaway jokes where it's just like, oh, that's funny. Got you, my grandmother obsessed with the Ghibli films. They're so pretty. Working on this giant Sailor Moon project, I have not that I didn't appreciate the animation style before, but I have come to admire the animation of Sailor Moon. And when Moonies say like our show has the best animation, I totally like understand on a different level what they mean, because I've watched almost an entire season of the show in 2 weeks, and it's just like, oh my god, it really is pretty. Assholes and not a team. Yeah. I think what we're seeing in real time is that they made the right decision with the first live action movie, because they were like, wait a minute, this isn't going to be good. When you call Velma out that you can still be stereotypically girly and still be empowered, which I appreciate. I do appreciate that. That does make me happy. That does give me hope. I would love to see the show turn around, by the way. I would love for the show to like get better and everybody be like, wow, they really turned to 180. Unfortunately, there's some things about the show that I don't think can be redeemed, because they're like core fundamental things about the show that I think are just not well done. But maybe it'll be like Parks and Rec, where like the first season, although the first season wasn't egregiously bad, it was just not as good as the other season. But I don't know. Maybe they'll bounce back. I don't know. I think I know what they're trying to do, but they didn't execute it very well, I think. What 1930s lingo will we hear today? Ah, yes, hang on 1 second, guys. Hardcover books are base. This, by the way, I have a few of these in my collection. I've been collecting Nancy Drew books and memorabilia basically since I was born. This is one of the, it's still a 1959 reprint. If you don't know, the Nancy Drew was written, these old books that were written in 1930, all the books prior to 1959, in 1959, got a rewrite to make them more, Hays Code appropriate, I guess I don't know if it had anything to do with the actual Hays Code, because that was more like TV and film, but basically, like, that's the way I think about it. Just rounding off the edges of it and making it very, like, mid-century, safe. And they're still unhinged, by the way. But the 1930s originals are, like, off the chain. They're insane. What else? No, it's a fox. It's a fox. Foxes are just wild corgis. That is true. Foxes are sick, though. I love foxes. I liked foxes before they cool. You know, guys, I'm not like the other girls. Like, I like foxes, and I always have. I have always loved, well, even as a little kid, I just was always very obsessed with animals, but foxes and white wolves were the 2 that were always a thing. Give it 2 paws up. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. The whole team just is cohesive in most versions. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to not miss anybody's messages, but I'm behind in chat, and I'm like, oh dear. Hey, Boots. I read your message, but I didn't fully comprehend that it was you who sent the message, so hi. Big, yay! That's fun. Yeah, congratulations. That's super fun. You're free! Headed to the car! Just in time. We can read a book now. We can read a book together. So, oh, by the way, if anybody has seen the pinned comment, which you probably all have, I'm gonna pull up. I found this generator where somebody made Nancy Drew bingo cards, and they like generate cards. I think it just generates them in the different spots. Let me pull up. Let me share what I have with mine. Small cam. There we go. How do I? Okay, like that. So this is mine. I'm going to be playing along with this. Feel free to play along with me. I'm going to tell you right now, some of these are going to be a little bit difficult tonight because this is the second book ever written, which means it came out in 1930 like the first book. I believe the first 3 came out in 1930. But this one does not have Bess and George, which is a bummer, and it doesn't have Ned yet, which is not a bummer at all. So those 2 are not going to be squares that we can get, but we can definitely still get bingo on these. Can we talk about the absolutely sus squares that if you've read the books you know are founded, that say things like elder abuse and offensive outdated terms? Because we definitely saw both of those in the first book back when we read that one on stream. I know, right? Elder abuse. Hi, Tarfield Owl. Yeah, no. Oh, good, something old. You're not old. This book, ooh, I do love these little, this is, I love these mid-century prints of the books that they're still reprints, but they're like a more paper-based than plastic-based cover, and they're just, I always am a nerd when I find these specific covers. They also have these fun little illustrations on the inside. Strictly, wait. What does this say? Strictly personal and confidential. Well, I found this in a Goodwill, so, like, years ago, so I hope the person that gave it to Goodwill didn't break any laws, or at least didn't get in trouble for donating it to Goodwill. Both girls frozen in their tracks. This book is very, very famous. Meek girl, LOL me. It's just, if you've never read, which I'm sure a lot of people here have, read one of the original 56 Nancy Drew books, these are all things that you're likely to come into contact with, so I thought it was very funny. I'm going to play along. I like that the free space just says girl detective. But I'm gonna specifically wait to check it until we hear it, but we will hear it in the first chapter, probably. Oh, corgis are adorable. Is on the same row as grumpy old person. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. 3 down in the same column is grumpy old person. It's like, well, maybe they're grumpy because of elder abuse. You ever think of that? Farm Square is sending me for some reason. And the one that just says train. All right, so feel free. This you can generate your own one of these and play along in the comments section with me. But I'm gonna try to get bingo as we read through this book. Hidden Staircase is the second Nancy Drew book ever written. and it's really, really seen as influential in the whole franchise slash fandom because a lot of the things like Bess and George and He Who Shall Not Be Named are not in it yet, but some of the kind of tropes that we see in a lot of books definitely get introduced in the second book. Kind of like how the second Doctor in Doctor Who, Peter what's his name? Kind of was the first one to do a bunch of the classically Whovian things, you know? Where they're just Scrooge, lol. Everyone can hear thanks to the car's Bluetooth. Hi, everybody! I heard there was a monkey at school. That's something that I still have questions about. Okay. Let's read the back of this. Oh, and they have all of the other 56 books. Or not even all 56 of them. Just kind of squooshed in the bottom here. I always find that funny. Anyway. Put it back so you guys can actually see. Sailor Jupiter and Venus. Venus showed up so late. I love them. I think Sailor Jupiter and Sailor Venus are great. I think in a lot of ways they're two of my favorite scouts. Hate driving at night. I'm sorry. I believe in you. We had the Infinity Gauntlet beat Thanos snap Ned out of Nancy Drew media as if he never existed. Well, yeah, Ned is just... No one really likes Ned. He's not very useful. And he's not very interesting. All right, solve these thrilling mystery stories with Nancy Drew. Oh, this is just a complete list. They're not going to give me... I wanted a description. Now I'm going to have to Google it. How dare you make me do extra work? Okay. I found it. Let's see. Actually, let me get my shit together so I can see this. It only exists because the 1930s hated feminism. Yeah, it was just a way to stop us. You'll hear from me before we get home. Oh God, sorry, Texas. I'm gonna try really hard not to curse while everybody in the car can hear. It needs to hear that. I'm gonna read The Hidden Staircase. Mystery Stories number 2. What is this word? Synopsis. Nancy Drew and the Hidden Staircase. Oh yeah, they turned this into 2 different movies, one in the 30s and one very recently, and that was made here in Atlanta. After receiving a call from her friend Helen Corning, Nancy agrees to help solve a baffling mystery. Helen's aunt Rosemary has been living with her mother at the old family mansion, and they have noticed many strange things. They have heard music, thumps, and creaking noises at night, and seen eerie shadows on the walls. Could the house be haunted? That is the official synopsis. Okay. Bring this back so that I can see this. Getting used to my 2 monitor setup still. I will get there eventually, apparently. Maybe. I ordered my wife the Nancy Drew and the Mystery of the Missing Figure, and I blame my mother because my mother gave it to me. I think it's delightful. Also, she also gave me this for Christmas. It is I don't know if anybody can see. You can see better on the full cam. It's a mug with Jessica Fletcher from Murder, She Wrote on it, and it says, "If there is a murder, you'll all solve it." And I love that. Whoop, okay. Didn't they eventually replace Ned? No, so that's the thing. Ned, sorry, I should start reading. We're already 8:45 and I haven't read anything, so I'll get into it in a second. But yeah, real quick. The Hardy Boys are much more popular. They're their own series. They started being written 2 years before Nancy Drew. And largely, like Ellery said, they coexist with Ned. But it's pretty popular in the fandom to ship Nancy with Frank Hardy instead of Ned because he's actually a full fleshed out character who respects her. So current love interest to Nancy, yeah. It's the classified school survival guide. No, not that Ned. The boring Nancy Drew boyfriend Ned. I really am tired of this camera doing the things that it's doing right now. But well, we will live with it. Okay. All right. Chapter 1, The Haunted House. Also, if you guys remember our live stream of the Secret of the Old Clock PC game when we were playing through the PC games, Secret of the Old Clock, the game, takes elements of the first book, Secret of the Old Clock, this book, The Hidden Staircase, and the fourth book, called Mystery at Lilac Inn, which was the first Nancy Drew book that I ever owned and read. Fun fact. I should start reading, but I have time to bash on Ned a little bit. Yeah, we always have a little time. And Ned would be too likable to be the same as Nancy's. All my homies hate Ned. I don't love Nancy Drew. I need to ask her what she thinks of Ned. It's interesting. I know it's not, I'm sure some people like Ned. I have gotten the occasional person in my comments back when I did the channel videos about the first 2 games in the series because of how weird those games were and old. I will say that I did get somebody who was kind of like, hey, not all of us hate Ned, but I was like, that's fair and that's a valid opinion. But I feel like nobody likes Ned because he's a testament to anti-feminist backlash, and he's just not a useful character to have around in any meaningful way. This is what I wanted to do. I have my 2 monitors set up, and it's like, it's really, like, the way that I'm looking at it, the second monitor is off to the right of where my computer sits now, but for, like, control reasons and just making it smoother, it makes more sense to have the mouse go up to leave one screen and go to the other, which is really confusing for my already directionally challenged brain. So it's a struggle. Most people are ambivalent to Ned. I don't think anyone loves him passionately. That's true. I don't think nobody has ever given me like a strong case for why they love Ned. It's more just like, oh, Ned's fine. What did Ned do? And then those people usually have only read so many books because it's like when we were playing the games and we were like, we'll give Ned a chance. And we're giving Ned a chance. And then we were like, nah, we gotta let Ned go. There's no way around it. What is there to like about Ned? Oh, feel free to have their own wrong opinions about Ned and Nancy. LOL. Well, we know that Nancy and Frank are going to get married. We just know that. There's no way that that's not what's going to happen. You can't tell me in my soul, in my heart of hearts, I will never believe that Nancy Drew went through with marrying Ned Nickerson. All right, I really should start reading the book, but I just love bashing Ned so much. All right, Chapter 1, The Haunted House. Nancy Drew began peeling off her garden gloves as she ran up the porch steps and into the hall to answer the ringing telephone. She picked it up and said, "Hello?" "Hi, Nancy, this is Helen." Although Helen Corning was nearly 3 years older than Nancy, the 2 girls were close friends. Helen Corning was supposed to be Nancy's ride-or-die best friend, and then in the 5th book, Bess and George were introduced, and they were supposed to only be in that one book, but they were way more popular than Helen, so Helen just got shoved to the side. I Are you tied up on a case? Helen asked. No, what's up? A mystery? Yes, a haunted house. Nancy sat down on the chair by the telephone. Tell me more, the 18-year-old detective begged excitedly. All right, I'm officially counting that as the free space girl detective. I don't know why I didn't just check it immediately. But everybody make sure that your free space, for those of you playing along, that says girl detective in the middle is checked. A mystery? Yes, a haunted house. Nancy sat down on the chair by the telephone. Tell me more, the 18-year-old detective begged excitedly. You've heard me speak of my Aunt Rosemary, Helen began. Since becoming a widow, she has lived with her mother at Twin Elms, the old family mansion out in Cliffwood. Well, I went to see them yesterday. They said that many strange, mysterious things have been happening there recently. I told them how good you are at solving mysteries, and they'd like you to come out to Twin Elms and help them. Helen paused, out of breath. Oh, so she was just like talking rapidly. I should have been talking faster, sorry. It certainly sounds intriguing, Nancy replied, her eyes dancing. If you're not busy, Aunt Rosemary and I would like to come over in about an hour and talk to you about the ghosts. I can't wait. Is there ghosts on my particular board? I don't know if everybody has different things on the board. So far, from what I'm seeing, all I'm calling is the middle square. Let me know if you have something else. LMAO, Helen, poor Helen. Yeah, poor Helen. Just can we at least replace Ned with Helen? That would be a much better improvement, I think. It certainly sounds intriguing, Nancy replied, her eyes dancing. If you're not busy, Aunt Rosemary and I would like to come over in about an hour to talk to you about the ghosts. I can't wait. After Nancy had put down the phone, she sat lost in thought for several minutes. Since solving the secret of the old clock, we do have a square that says title contains the word secret mystery, but it's not this book, so I'll continue. Secret of the old clock, she had longed for another case. Here was her chance. Attractive blonde-haired Nancy was brought out of her daydreaming by the sound of the doorbell. At the same moment, the Drews' housekeeper, Hannah Gruen, came down the front stairs. Check off the box, Hannah Gruen, if you've got it. I'll answer it, she offered. Mrs. Gruen had lived with the Drews since Nancy was 3 years old. At that time, Mrs. Drew had passed away, and Hannah had become like a second mother to Nancy. There was a deep affection between the two, and Nancy confided all her secrets to the understanding housekeeper. Mrs. Gruen opened the door, and instantly a man stepped into the hall. He was short, thin, and rather stooped. Nancy guessed his age to be about 40. Sorry, they described him like they were going to say 80, and then they said 40, and I felt offended for all of humanity. Is Mr. Drew at home? He asked briskly. My name is Gomber, Nathan Gomber. No, he's not here just now, the housekeeper replied. The caller looked over Hannah Gruen's shoulder and stared at Nancy. Are you Nancy Drew? Yes, I am. Is there anything I can do for you? The man's shifty gaze moved from Nancy to Hannah. I've come out of the goodness of my heart to warn you and your father, he said pompously. Warn us? About what? Nancy asked quickly. Nathan Gomber straightened up importantly and said, Your father is in great danger, Miss Drew. Both Nancy and Hannah Gruen gasped. You mean this very minute? The housekeeper questioned. All the time, was the startling answer. I understand you're a pretty bright girl, Miss Drew. For a lady, you're pretty smart there, Miss Drew. That you even solve mysteries. Well, right now, I advise you to stick close to your father. Don't leave him for a minute. Hannah Gruen looked as if she were ready to collapse and suggested that they all go into the living room, sit down, and talk the matter over. When they were seated, Nancy asked Nathan Gomber to explain further. The story, in a nutshell, is this, he began. You know that your father was brought in to do legal work. Oh. Work for the railroad when it was buying property for the new bridge here. Somebody wrote in the margins, stop, ? Here. I'm not sure what that means. I think they were trying to correct it, but that's not the right. It's already the correct version of here. As Nancy nodded, he continued, well, a lot of folks who sold their property think they were, ooh, we don't say that word anymore. That's a word that we don't say. Because it derives from a slur. We can also already check off outdated or offensive terms. They thought they were ripped off. Let's put it that way. Nancy's face reddened. I understood from my father that everyone was well paid. That's not true, said Gomer. Besides, the railroad is in real mess now. One of the property owners, whose deed and signature they claim to have, says they have never signed the contract of sale. What's his name? Nancy asked. Willie Wharton. Nancy had not heard her father mention this name. She asked Gomber to go on with the story. I'm acting as agent for Willie Wharton and several of the landowners who were his neighbors, he said, and they can make it pretty tough for the railroad. Willie Wharton's signature was never witnessed, and the attached certificate of acknowledgement was not notarized. That's good proof the signature was a forgery. Well, if the railroad thinks they're going to get away with this, they're not. Nancy frowned. Such a procedure on the part of the property owners meant trouble for her father. She said evenly, but all Willie Wharton has to do is swear before a notary that he did sign the contract of sale. Gomer chuckled. It's not that easy, Miss Drew. Willie Wharton is not available. Some of us have a good idea where he is and will produce him at the right time. That's suspicious. But that time won't be until the railroad promised to give the sellers more money. Then he'll sign. You see, Willie is a real kind man, and he wants to help his friends out whenever he can. Now he's got a chance. Nancy had taken an instant dislike to Gomber, and now it was quadrupled. She judged him to be the kind of person who stays within the boundaries of the law, but whose ethics are questionable. There's a lot of people like that. Nancy's a smart cookie. This was indeed a tough problem for Mr. Drew. Who are the people who are apt to harm my father? She asked. My phone is going off. I'm not saying who they are, Nathan Gomber retorted. You don't seem very appreciative of my coming here to warn you. Fine kind of daughter you are. You won't care what happens to your father. Annoyed by the man's insolence, both Nancy and Mrs. Gruen angrily stood up. The housekeeper pointed toward the front door, said, Good day, Mr. Gomber. The caller shrugged, and he too arose. Have it your own way, but don't say I didn't warn you. He walked to the front door, opened it, and he went outside, closed it with a tremendous bang. Of all the insulting people, Hannah snorted. Nancy nodded. But that's not the worst of it, Hannah, darling. I think there's more to Gomber's warning than he's telling. It seems to me to imply a threat, and he almost has me convinced. Maybe I should stay close to Dad until he and the other lawyers have straightened out this railroad tangle. She said this would mean giving up a case she had been asked to take. Hastily, Nancy gave Hannah the highlights of her conversation with Helen about the haunted mansion. The haunted mansion. Helen and her aunt will be here in a little while to tell us the whole story. Oh, maybe things aren't so serious for your father as that horrible man made out, Hannah said encouragingly. If I were you, I'd listen to the details about the haunted house and then decide what you want to do about the mystery. In a short time, sports car pulled into the winding, tree-shaded driveway of the Drew home. The large brick house was set some distance back from the street. Helen was at the wheel and stopped just beyond the front entrance. She helped her aunt from the car, and they came up the steps together. Mrs. Rosemary Hayes was tall and slender and had graying hair. Her face had a gentle expression, but she looked tired. Same, lady. Helen introduced her aunt to Nancy and to Hannah. The group went into the living room to sit down. Hannah offered to prepare tea and left the room. "Oh, Nancy," said Helen, "I do hope you can take Aunt Rosemary and Miss Flora's case." Quickly, she explained that Miss Flora was her aunt's mother. "Aunt Rosemary is really my great-aunt, and Mrs. Flora is my great-grandmother. From the time she was a little girl, everybody has called her Miss Flora. The name may seem odd to people the first time they hear it," Mrs. Hayes remarked, "but we're all so used to it, we never think anything about it." "Please tell me more about your house," Nancy requested, smiling. "Mother and I are almost nervous wrecks," Mrs. Hayes replied. "I have urged her to leave Twin Elms, but she..." Twin Elms. It just made me think of Twin Peaks, and then I thought of Dual Spires, the Psych episode, sorry. "But she won't. You see, Mother has lived there ever since she married my father, Everett Turnbull." Mrs. Hayes went on to say that all kinds of strange happenings had occurred during the past couple of weeks. They had heard untraceable music, thumps, and creaking noises at night, and had seen eerie, indescribable shadows on walls. "Have you notified the police?" Nancy asked. "Oh, yes," Mrs. Hayes answered. "But after talking with my mother, they came to the conclusion that that most of what she saw and heard could be explained by natural causes. The police are never any help, apparently. The rest," they said, "probably was an imagination on her part. You see, she's over 80 years old, and while I know her mind is sound and alert, I'm afraid the police don't think so." Aw. After a pause, Mrs. Hayes went on. "I had almost talked myself into thinking the ghostly noises could be attributed to natural causes when something else happened." "What was that?" Nancy questioned eagerly. "We were robbed." Oh my God, everything's happening right now. "During the night, several pieces of old jewelry were taken. I did telephone the police about this, and they came to the house for a description on the pieces, but they still would not admit that a ghost visitor had taken them." Nancy was thoughtful for several seconds before making a comment. Then she said, "Do the police have any idea who the thief might be?" Aunt Rosemary shook her head. "No, and I'm afraid we might have more burglaries." Many ideas were running through Nancy's head. One was that the thief apparently had no intention of harming anyone, that his only motive had been burglary. Was he or was he not the person who was haunting the house? Or could the strange happenings have some natural explanations, as the police had suggested? At this moment, Hannah returned with a large silver tray on which was a tea service and some dainty sandwiches. She set the tray on a table and asked Nancy to pour the tea. She herself passed the cups of tea and sandwiches to the callers. As they ate, Helen said, "Aunt Rosemary hasn't told you half the things that have happened. Once Miss Flora thought she saw someone sliding out of a fireplace at midnight, and another time a chair moved from one side of the room to the other while her back was turned, but no one was there." "How extraordinary!" Hannah Gruen exclaimed. "I've often read about such things, but I never thought I'd meet anyone who lived in a haunted house." Helen turned to Nancy and gazed pleadingly at her friend. "You see how much you're needed at Twin Elms. Won't you please go out there with me and solve the mystery of the ghost?" That was the working title, The Mystery of the Ghost. All right, I'm surely have missed a lot of things in chat. Oh. We're going to assignment about early American history. And we all know what fun that is. Oh, gosh. "We'll produce him at the right time." Yeah, I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. It sounds like he's being held hostage. Sorry I'm late. Hi, Darth. From homework. "No problem. We'll be here when you're back." I remember having to tell my mom not to say that, and she was so surprised to find out what it actually meant. Yeah. I only recently learned what that was, where that came from, and I was like, like, I mean, recently, like, not yesterday, but, like, when I did find out, I was, very shocked, and then I told my parents, and they were like, oh no." recent games are interactive. Nancy calls Nancy. Oh, we're talking about Ned. Yeah. Generic is not a crime. It's not that he's generic, it's that he genuinely just bad. The declaration when we got home. The girls needed to head to bed. I have once again managed to violate the chain. Sorry, Texas. I was just trying to not swear, or at least keep the swearing to a minimal while your kids were listening. Replace Ned with a cardboard cutout and he would be more dimensions. He would have more dimensions. Everybody feels like they have to be the Ned defender, and then they find out about Ned. And without fail, everybody's always like, ah. Ned should be the crime. He's the worst. He is pretty awful. We can't stand. Okay, so if anybody's playing... Yeah, so we have the center, girl detective. We have offensive, outdated term. We have Hannah Gruen. I'm holding off on checking Carson Drew, just because we haven't seen him and they haven't used his first and last name yet. So we're just going to hold off on that, but we're definitely going to get that one. We've already gotten 3 in the first chapter. I had slithering out of a fireplace on my bingo card. Wait, really? Did murder, secret code, contested will, car trouble, Nancy helps a stranger. I'm not gonna count this yet as Nancy helps a stranger, since so far she's really just helping Helen, but we'll see. No. Defending Ned is a little bit difficult in this chat. I'm sorry. Oakski Productions, it might be a difficult task. But I admire you for doing it. All right, chapter 2, the mysterious mishap. Camera. What did we say? What did we say about glitching? All right. God, I hope we don't have to check elder abuse. That would be nice to not have to check that one. All right, chapter 2, the mysterious mishap. Sipping their tea, Helen Corning and her aunt waited for Nancy's decision. The young sleuth was in a dilemma. She wanted to start at once solving the mystery of the, quote, ghost of Twin Elms. But Nathan Gomber's warning still rang in her ears, and she felt that her first duty was to stay with her father. At last she spoke. Mrs. Hayes, she began. Please, call me Aunt Rosemary, the caller requested. All Helen's friends do. Nancy smiled. I'd love to, Aunt Rosemary. May I please let you know tonight or tomorrow? I really must speak with my father about the case, and something else came up just this afternoon, which may keep him for a while at least. I understand, Mrs. Hayes answered, trying to conceal her disappointment. Helen Corning did not take Nancy's announcement so calmly. Oh, Nancy, you must come. I'm sure your dad would want you to help us. Can't you postpone the other thing until you get back? I'm afraid not, said Nancy. I can't tell you all the details, but Dad has been threatened, and I feel that I ought to stay close to him. Hannah Gruen added her fears. That's the end of the sentence. Goodness only knows what they may do to Mr. Drew, she said. Somebody could come up and hit him on the head or poison his food at a restaurant, or Helen and her aunt gasped. It's that bad? Helen asked, her eyes growing wide. Nancy explained that she would talk to her father when he returned home. I hate to disappoint you, she said, but you can see what a quandary I'm in. You poor girl, said Mrs. Hayes sympathetically. Now, don't you worry about us. Nancy smiled. I'll worry whether I come or not, she said. Anyway, I'll talk to my dad tonight. The callers left shortly. When the door had closed behind them, Hannah put an arm around Nancy's shoulders. I'm sure everything will come out all right for everybody, she said. I'm sorry I talked about those dreadful things that might happen to your father. I let my imagination run away with me, just like they say Miss Flores does with her. Does with her. I think, isn't that does with hers? I'm not a literary expert. You're a great comfort, Hannah dear, said Nancy. To tell you the truth, I have thought of all kinds of horrible things myself. She began to pace the floor. I wish Dad would get home. During the next hour, she went to the window and at least a dozen times, hoping to see her father's car coming up the street. It was not until 6 o'clock that she heard the crunch of wheels on the driveway and saw Mr. Drew's sedan pull into the garage. He's safe, she cried out to Hannah, who was testing potatoes that were baking in the oven. In a flash, Nancy was out on the back door and running to meet her father. Oh, Dad, I'm so glad to see you, she exclaimed. She gave him a tremendous hug and a resounding kiss. He responded affectionately, but gave her a little chuckle. What have I done to rate this extra bit of attention, he teased. With a wink, he added, I know, your date for tonight is off and you wanted me to substitute. Well, you're my dad, but, you know, dad jokes aside, you might die. Oh, Dad, Nancy replied. Of course my date's not off, but I'm just about to call it off because it's with Ned and she doesn't want to see him. Why? Mr. Drew questioned. Isn't Dirk going to stay on your list? Oh, she was dating a guy named Dirk at this point, right? This was blissfully the time before Ned. It's not that, Nancy replied. It's because you're in terrible danger, Dad. I've been warned not to leave you. Instead of looking alarmed, the lawyer burst out laughing. In terrible danger of what? Are you going to make a raid on my wallet? Dad, be serious. I really mean what I'm saying. Nathan Gomber was here and he told me that you're in great danger and I'd better stay with you at all times. The lawyer sobered at once. That pest again? He exclaimed. There are times when I'd like to thrash the man till he begged for mercy. Mr. Drew is hilarious. On her list, does she have a whole list of boyfriends? Yeah, so I've talked to my grandmother about this too. In this time period, this is 1930, and through, I believe, like the 50s and or 60s, it was very common to, like, it was very common to, like, date, like, a whole pool of people casually until one of them asked you to marry them. Like, dating as the concept that we know it is super new to us as people. So yes, Nancy had a revolving door of people that she was constantly going out with because that was normal for dating scene. Scott Wolf. I don't know that I know who Scott Wolf is. Nancy could have whoever she wants. Yeah, right from the beginning, we know that she's not that into... Yeah. Definitely check both Carson Drew and Hannah. I've already checked Hannah on mine. So yeah, check the free space, girl, which is girl detective, and then offensive, outdated term, and then Hannah Gruen, and then Carson Drew. That's what we've got so far. Pizza. Where was I? Mr. Drew suggested that they postpone their discussion about Nathan Gomber until dinner was over. Then he would tell his daughter the true facts of the case. After they had finished dinner, Hannah insisted upon tidying up alone while father and daughter talked. I will admit that there's a bit of a muddle about the railroad bridge, Mr. Drew began. What happened was that the lawyer who went to get Willie Wharton's signature was very ill at the time. Unfortunately, he failed to have the signature acknowledgement executed. The poor man passed away a few hours later, and the other railroad lawyers failed to notice that the signature hadn't been witnessed or the certificate notarized, Nancy asked. Not right away. The matter did not come to light until the man's widow turned his briefcase over to the railroad. The old deed to Wharton's property was there, so the lawyers assumed that the signature on the contract was genuine. The contract for the railroad bridge was awarded and work began. Is there a thing about... no, there's a contested will. Okay, I'll come back to that. Suddenly, Nathan Gomber appeared and said he represented Willie Wharton and others who had owned property which the railroad had bought on either side of the Muskoka River. I understood from Mr. Gomber, said Nancy, that Willie Wharton is trying to get more money for his neighbors by holding out for a higher price himself. That's the story. Personally, I think it's a sharp deal on Gomber's part. The more people he can get money for, the higher his commission, Mr. Drew stated. What a mess, Nancy exclaimed. And what can be done? To tell the truth, there is little anyone can do about Willie Wharton, can do until Willie Wharton is found. Gomber knows this, of course, and has probably advised Wharton to stay in hiding until the railroad agrees to give everybody more money. Nancy had been watching her father intently. Now she saw an expression of eagerness come over his face. He leaned forward in his chair and said, "But I think I'm about to outwit Mr. Nathan Gomber. I've had a tip that Willie Wharton is in Chicago, and I'm leaving Monday morning to find out." Mr. Drew went on, "I believe that Wharton will say he did sign the contract of sale, which the railroad company has and will readily consent to having the certificate of acknowledgement notarized. Then, of course, the railroad won't pay him or any of the other property owners another cent. But, Dad, you still haven't convinced me you're not in danger," Nancy reminded him. "Nancy, dear," her father replied, "I feel that. I am not in danger. Gomber is nothing but a blowhard. I doubt that he or Willie Wharton or any of the other property owners would resort to violence to keep me from working on this case. He's just trying to scare me into persuading the railroad to accede to his demands." I love the hatred that Carson Drew has for this, like, shitty dude. This shitty, misogynistic, drops casual racial slurs dude. And Carson Drew is just like, fuck that guy. Nancy looked skeptical, "But don't forget that you're about to go to Chicago and produce the very man Gomber and those property owners don't want around here just now." "I know," Mr. Drew nodded, "but I still doubt if anyone would use force to keep me from going." Laughingly, Nancy's like, Dad, I don't know about that. Laughingly, the lawyer added, "So I won't need you as a bodyguard, Nancy." His daughter gave a sigh of resignation. "All right, Dad, you know best." She then proceeded to tell her father about the Twin Elms mystery, which she had been asked to solve. "If you approve," Nancy said in conclusion, "I'd like to go over there with Helen." Mr. Drew had listened with great interest. Now, after a few moments of thought, he smiled. "Go, by all means, Nancy. I realize you've been itching to work on a new case, and this sounds like a real challenge. But please be careful." "Oh, I will, Dad," Nancy promised, her face lighting up. She always promises to be careful, and then she almost dies every time. A million. She jumped from her chair, gave her father a kiss, then went to phone Helen the good news. It was arranged that the girls would go to Twin Elms on Monday morning. Nancy returned to the living room, eager to discuss the mystery further. Her father, however, glanced at his wristwatch. "Say, young lady, you'd better go dress for that date of yours," he winked. "I happen to know that Dirk doesn't like to be kept waiting." "She'll dump his ass anyway. He's the least of our concern." It's like the Markiplier meme that's like, "This is not good either. I hate this, but mainly I'm concerned about this." Like, Ned is the main concern. "Especially by any of my mysteries," she laughed and hurried upstairs to change into a dance dress. Half an hour later, Dirk Jackson. His name is Dirk Jackson. That sounds like the kind of unsupportive boyfriend that he sounds like. I don't know. Nancy and the red-haired former high school tennis champion drove off to pick up another couple and attend an amateur play and dance given by the local little theater group. Nancy thoroughly enjoyed herself and was sorry when the affair ended. With the promise of Cats? What you doing, Cats? With the promise of where was I? With the promise of another date as soon as she returned from Twin Elms, Nancy said goodnight and waved from her doorway to the departing boy. As she prepared for bed, she thought of the play. The excellent orchestra, how lucky she was to have Dirk for a date. Ugh. Yeah, right. and what fun it had all been. But then her thoughts turned to Helen Corning and her relatives in the haunted house, Twin Elms. I can hardly wait for Monday to come, she murmured to herself as she fell asleep. The following morning, she and her father attended church together. Hannah said she was going to a special service that afternoon and therefore would stay home during the morning. I'll have a good dinner waiting for you, she announced as the Drews left. After the service was over, Mr. Drew said he would like to drive down to the waterfront and see what progress had been made on the new bridge. The railroad is getting... Oh, hi there. Hi, Penny. You want to come sit up here? She hasn't decided if she wants to hang out with us. If it was Perry, she'd just be already on the desk, just like, hello, humans, I am here. Hi, honey. All right, she landed on laying on the floor and letting me scratch her tummy. Okay. Where was I? Sorry. I turned to church. To the waterfront and see what progress had been made on the new bridge. The railroad is going ahead with construction on the far side of the river, he told Nancy. Is the Wharton property on this side? Nancy asked. Yes, and I must get to the truth of this mixed up situation so that work can be started on this side too. Mr. Drew wound among the many streets leading down to the Muskoka River, then took the vehicular bridge across. He turned toward the construction area and presently parked his car. As he and Nancy stepped from the sedan, he looked ruefully at her pumps. It's going to be rough walking down the waterfront, he said. Perhaps you had better wait here. Oh, I'll be all right, Nancy assured him. I'd like to see what's being done. She's like, dude, I could do this in high heels, Dad. Various pieces of large machinery stood about on the high ground, a crane, a derrick, and hydraulic shovels. As the Drews walked toward the river, they passed a large truck. It faced the river and stood at the top of an incline just above two of the four enormous concrete piers which had already been built. I suppose there will be matching piers on the opposite side, Nancy mused as she and her father reached the riverbank. They paused in the space between the two huge abutments? Mr. Drew glanced from side to side as if he had heard something. Suddenly, Nancy detected a noise behind them. Turning, she was horrified to see that the big truck was moving toward them. No one was at the wheel, and the great vehicle was gathering speed at every moment. Dad, she screamed. In the brief second of warning, the truck almost seemed to leap toward the water. Nancy and her father, hemmed in by the concrete piers, had no way to escape being run down. Dive, Mr. Drew ordered. Without hesitation, he and Nancy made running flat dives into the water, with arms flailing and legs kicking. They swam furiously out of harm's way. Check attempted murder. Everybody check attempted murder if you've got it on your card. Oh, and here's the picture of them being like, what the hell? Somebody gonna run us over? Shit. Without hesitation, the truck thundered into the water and sank immediately up to the cab. The Drews turned and came back to the shore. You remember The Office where it's like, this is the lake? That's all I'm thinking about. Phew. That was a narrow escape, the lawyer exclaimed when he helped his daughter retrieve her pumps, which had come off in the oozy bank. Ooh. And what sights we are, Nancy remarked. Indeed we are, her father agreed. They trudged up the incline. I'd like to get hold of the workman who was careless enough to leave that heavy truck on the slope without the brake on properly. Nancy was not so sure that the near accident was the fault of a careless workman. Nathan Gomber had warned her that Mr. Drew's life was in danger. The threat might already have been put into action. A normal thing to say after being almost run down by a truck. Carson Drew has seen worse things. Attempted murder. Yes, for everybody just coming in, I found bingo cards, so we're playing along with Nancy Drew Bingo. Hi, everybody. Welcome. We're reading Nancy Drew, The Hidden Staircase. It is the second Nancy Drew book ever written. I would sell my soul again to have a dad more like Carson Drew. We all stand Carson Drew. Weep. It's been one of those days, huh? I'm sorry. Ex-murderer coming in 2020. Oh, don't give them any ideas. She's only got 2 more years before she's in the public domain. We don't need another blood and honey situation. Does Nancy have a kill list? Please tell me Nancy has a kill list. Pizza. I know I said hello to you before, but I just saw the Avery hello message. That's why it was always such a thing to go steady. Yeah. So, like, going steady was a huge thing because it was very common to, you know, like, you obviously weren't gonna, like, really spend any real time together unless you were practically engaged back then. So it was like, you're not gonna live together. You're not gonna, like, whatever. So it was basically just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go on dates with people until somebody asks me to marry them. Like, that was just the way dating happened back then. So going steady was basically like diet engagement, and it was very important. Hello, everybody just coming in. We're reading Nancy Drew, The Hidden Staircase, book number 2 of the Nancy Drew series ever written. Came out in 1930, along with the first one and the third one, I believe. How far are we? We just finished chapter 2. We're not as far as you would think for it being 9:30 at night where I am, but we will get it. I may sit. Good, Texas. Congratulations. No, you're not too late. So all that's happened is somebody showed up and he was a prick, and then he was like, hey, Nancy, your dad is in danger. And then her dad came home and was like, no, I'm not. And then they almost got run down by a truck. That's basically what happened. Oh, and Nancy is she's gonna go to her friend Helen's house to help them solve the mystery of, like, they think their house is being haunted. And you said you were going to watch your language because the ungrateful hellspawn could hear. I don't know. I don't want to, you know. I don't want to scar your children. Okay, fair. I figure it's better safe than sorry. That's our story. I hope that just answered the question. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat. Someone's mad at Nancy's dad for lawyer stuff at Nancy's friend's great grandma is haunted. I missed all the drama from earlier. Yeah, Carson Drew is great. We love Carson Drew. I highly doubt that people would become physically violent over money. He's such a good guy. He's, like, such a nice guy. I can see where Nancy gets it. Yeah, Nancy is a lot like her dad, and her dad is super supportive of his very independent daughter. I also love how he's not like the like, young lady, you better not be dating any boys. He's just like, don't be late for your date, kid. We do stand Nancy's dad. He's great. She's never ever careful. Career with great interests, Senator Palpatine. And Nancy, what did I tell you? What was the one thing I told you to do? Yeah, I feel like he's never mad. He's just disappointed. Where she comes home and she's like, so I almost got crushed to death and then also buried alive. But it's fine. I'm fine now. And he's just like, God. Dirk Jackson sounds like a meathead. Yeah. Yeah. You know that it does not. Waiting. Why do you know that? I think the guy just has a reputation for just kind of being that guy. Time when we had Nightbot and Blood, Honey, and the Yellow Crescent-shaped fruit were all banned words in the chat. Good times, good times. Yep. Oh, is the word we want to use lucky, Nancy? Get to know anything about Dirk other than his hair color and that he used to play tennis. He sounds super interesting. Tell that no, I actually have a book that's really about all of the women who wrote early on in the Nancy Drew series, and you can tell that none of them were interested in Nancy having a boyfriend at the time. Arguably less fleshed out than Ned, but I somehow like him more. So far, he hasn't done anything egregiously horrible. I mean, apparently he's just kind of impatient, but Ned's a real jerk too. Hey, Late Late Horror Show. Welcome. We are reading the second Nancy Drew book ever written from 1930. Well, this is the 1959 rewrite or revision, but it's from 1930. Yeah, no more battles of the banana. I should have yesteryear. Been doing that all night. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the camera is doing camera things. I was literally just saying that it was nice that it hadn't been doing that like yesterday, and then it did it. And I was just like, God damn it. Sorry in advance. It's probably going to be a little bit annoying. Attempted murder, check. What a normal thing to say after being almost... Yeah, Carson Drew is just unflappable. Almost gets run over. Carson Drew. Oh dear, I'm so put out. The man is an icon. Waiting for a Nancy Drew dad spin-off series. I would honestly love it. Oh, that attempt of my life was certainly a mild inconvenience. Further proof that Nancy Drew is an immortal time-traveling vampire, and so is her father, apparently. Thank you, Chris. That's so kind of you. I appreciate you. And hello, by the way. Welcome. Welcome back. And the super chat is yellow. That's my favorite color. The fun thing about Battle of Bananas... Oh god, no more Battle of Bananas. I can't. My grandmother is watching Spirited Away. Aw, I love Spirited Away. I'll update when what she thinks of it. It's been bringing me Whataburger. Yay! Husband wins husband points for Whataburger. We don't have well, do we have Whataburger here? I don't think we do. I don't think we have Whataburger. I wish we did, though. Remember that time Nancy Drew made Riverdale even effing weirder than it already was? I don't remember that. I assume that has something to do with the CW show, which I haven't seen yet, but I probably should. No, what a burger. Aw. Dr. Pepper milkshakes, yo! Look, Nancy, I want you to go on the date, because when you're dating, you're not being shot at. It's a fair point. It's a very fair point. You're on the island. Yay! I need to look into now. Now I'm not sure. Nancy Drew grew up to be Jessica Fletcher. Fight me. I've thought about the canonical. I mean, it doesn't really work because Jessica Fletcher never had any kids. But I've always thought about Nancy Drew as like, if there was a parallel universe where she had a kid, it would be Nancy. Nancy Dracula, yes. So cool in the face of danger. What are they? They've just lived too much. They've been in danger too many times. The thrill is worn off, I think. I love how Whataburger is like a Texas exclusive restaurant and also sounds kind of silly in a Texas accent. Whataburger is oh I really now need to look into if we actually have. I don't think we do. I think you're right. I think it's pretty Texas exclusive, more or less. I see other people in chat saying that they have it out of Texas. in wanting to be a Ned defender, but like many men before me, I have failed. You have fought the good fight, but it's an impossible task. You trying to die? Quit going places. Nothing could ever happen to secondary location. Yeah, right? Yeah, I feel like if I wrote for Carson Drew, I wouldn't change much about him because I love the man, but I would also make him even more of like a tired dad of a teen detective. I feel like that's an aspect of teen detectiveness that doesn't get talked about a lot. What about the Big Kahuna Burger? I have no idea what that is. Jessica and Nancy Drew and Sherlock Holmes and the ABC Mystery Kids and the Scooby-Doo Gang crossover. I don't know how it would happen, but I want it to. I don't see why it couldn't happen. Zodiacs. I love Squidward. There's a Whataburger. Now he manages monkeys. Attempted murder count as elder abuse. I would say no, because Carson Drew isn't an elder. Elder abuse is like when Nancy stumbles across an older, like a senior citizen who's like seen some hell. You don't need to see Riverdale the worst and book in the cipher. What? Oh my god. Oh, I've seen Riverdale. Riverdale is my favorite thing to hate watch. I'll come back to that when I'm done with this next chapter. Okay. Chapter 3, A Stolen Necklace. Welcome everybody coming in. Also, my dog apparently says hi. He's barking very loudly. Check off elder abuse later for the great grandma. It's honestly very possible. Who is here for when we read back? It was the first reading stream we ever did. Well, 3 streams it took us to read the first book, which is a quaint thought now, but there was definitely elder abuse going on in that one. We'd better get home in a hurry and change our clothes, said Mr. Drew, and I'll call the contracting company to tell them what happened. And notify the police, Nancy suggested. She dropped behind her father and gazed over the surrounding ground for telltale footprints. Presently, she saw several at the edge of the spot where the truck had stood. Dad, the young sleuth called out, I may have found a clue to explain how the truck started downhill. Her father came back and looked at the footprints. Floor prints, oh my god. They definitely had not been made by a workman's boots. You may think me an old worrier, Dad, Nancy spoke up, but these footprints made by a man's business shoes convinced me that somebody deliberately tried to injure us with that truck. Good, because I don't want to uncheck off attempted murder. Like, I'm really sorry that happened to you guys, but, you know, you're fine now, so at least let us have the bingo spot. The lawyer stared at his daughter, then he looked down at the ground. From the size of the shoe and the length of the stride, one could easily perceive the wearer of the shoes was not tall. Nancy asked her father if he thought one of the workmen on the project could be responsible. I just can't believe anyone associated with the contracting company would want to injure us, Mr. Drew said. Nancy reminded her father of Nathan Gomber's warning. It might be one of the property owners, or even Willie Wharton himself. Wharton is short and has a small foot, the lawyer conceded. And I must admit that these look like fresh footprints. As a matter of fact, they show that whoever was here ran off in a hurry. He may have released the brake on the truck, then jumped out and run away. Yes, Nancy said. And that means the attack was deliberate. Mr. Drew did not reply. He continued walking up the hill, lost in thought. Nancy followed, and they climbed into the car. They drove home in silence, each puzzling over the strange incident of the runaway truck. Upon reaching the house, they were greeted by loud exclamations of astonishment. My goodness, Hannah Gruen cried out. Whatever in the world happened to you? They explained hastily, hurrying upstairs to bathe and change into dry clothes. Poor Hannah also. Shout out to my girl, Hannah. She's like, what the hell? I left him for 10 minutes alone. She's like, I literally sent them to church alone, and this is how they come back. The time they reached the first floor again, Hannah had placed sherbet glasses filled with orange and grapefruit slices on the table, all during the delicious dinner of spring lamb, rice and mushrooms, fresh peas, and chocolate angel cake, Jesus, with vanilla ice cream. The conversation revolved around the railroad bridge mystery, and then the haunted Twin Elms mansion. I knew things wouldn't be quiet around here for long, Hannah Gruen remarked with a smile. Tomorrow you'll both be off on big adventures. I certainly wish you both success. Thank you, Hannah, said Nancy. She laughed. I'd better get a good night's sleep. From now on, I may be kept awake by ghosts and strange noises. I'm a little uneasy about you going to Twin Elms, the housekeeper told her. Please promise me that you'll be careful. Of course, Nancy replied. Turning to her father, she said, pretend I've said the same thing to you about being careful. The lawyer chuckled and pounded his chest. You know me. I can be pretty tough when the need arises. Early the next morning, Nancy drove her father to the airport in her blue convertible. Just before she kissed him goodbye, at the turnstile, he said, I expect to return on Wednesday, Nancy. Suppose I stop off at Cliffwood and see how you're making out. Wonderful, Dad. I'll be looking for you. As soon as her father left, Nancy drove directly to Helen Corning's home. The pretty brunette girl came from the front door of the white cottage, swinging a suitcase, and she tossed it into the rear of Nancy's convertible as she climbed in. I ought to be scared, Helen said. Goodness only knows what is ahead of us, but right now I'm so happy nothing could upset me. What happened? Nancy asked as she started the car. Did you inherit $1 million? Something better than that, Helen replied. Nancy, I want to tell you a big secret. I'm going to be married. Nancy slowed the car and pulled to the side of the street. Nancy's like, what? Leaning over to hug her friend, she said, why, Helen, how wonderful. Who is he? And tell me all about it. This is rather sudden, isn't it? Yes, it is, Helen confessed. His name is Jim Archer. Okay, so pause. We're going to pause right here. Jim Archer was readapted into a much older big banker in the game series. And Helen was readapted into somebody else too. But just know that I don't believe either of those characters are the same. Like, there is not a 30-year age difference between them. Although Helen's 21, so she can make her own choices, I guess. And he's simply out of this world. I'm a pretty lucky girl. I met him a couple months ago when he was home on a short vacation. He works for the Tristram Oil Company. Yep, different Jim Archer. That's good. Let's pretend that it's Jim Archer Jr. And he spent 2 years abroad. Jim will be away a while longer and then be given a position here in the States. As Nancy started the car up once more, her eyes twinkled. Helen Corning, have you been engaged for 2 months and didn't tell me? Helen shook her head. Jim and I have been corresponding ever since he left, long-distance relationship. Last night, he telephoned from overseas and asked me to marry him. Helen giggled. I said yes in a big hurry. Then I asked to speak to Dad. Then he asked to speak to Dad. My father gave his consent but insisted that our engagement not be announced until Jim's return to this country. Another outdated thing, I guess, but we've already crossed it off the list. The two girls discussed all sorts of delightful plans for Helen's wedding. Before they knew it, they had reached the town of Cliffwood. My great-grandmother's estate is about 2 miles out of town, Helen said. Go down Main Street and turn right at the fork. 10 minutes later, she pointed out Twin Elms. From the road, one could see a little of the house. A high stone wall ran along the front of the estate, and beyond it were many tall trees. Nancy turned into the driveway, which was twisted and wound among elms, oaks, and maples. Presently, the old colonial home came into view. Helen said it had been built in 1785 and had been given its name because of the 2 elm trees, which stood at opposite ends of the long building. They had grown to be giants, and their foliage was beautiful. The mansion was of red brick, and nearly all the walls were covered with ivy. There was a 10-foot porch with tall white pillars at the huge front door. It's charming. Wait, did I skip a page? Huge front door. No, I didn't. It's charming, Nancy commented as she pulled up to the porch. Wait until you see the grounds, said Helen. There were several old buildings. An ice house, a smokehouse, a kitchen, and servants' cottages. The mansion certainly doesn't look spooky from the outside, Nancy commented. At that moment, the great door opened and Aunt Rosemary came outside. Hello, girls, she greeted them. I'm so glad to see you. Nancy felt the warmest of welcomes, but thought it was tinged with worry. She wondered if another, quote, ghost incident had taken place at the mansion. The girls took their suitcases from the car and followed Mrs. Hayes inside. Although the furnishings looked rather worn, they were still very beautiful. The high-ceiling rooms opened off a center hall, and in a quick glance, Nancy saw lovely damask draperies. Ouch, that was my knee. Satin-covered sofas and chairs, and on the walls, family portraits in large gilt frames and scrollwork designs. Aunt Rosemary went to the foot of the shabbily carpeted stairway, took hold of the handsome mahogany balustrade. I always say that wrong. Sorry. And called, Mother, the girls are here. In a moment, a slender, frail-looking woman with snow-white hair had started to descend the steps. Her face, though older in appearance than Rosemary's, had the same gentle smile. As Miss Flora reached the foot of the stairs, she held out her hands to both girls. At once, Helen said, I'd like to present Nancy Drew, Miss Flora. I'm so glad you could come, my dear, the elderly woman said. I know that you're going to solve this mystery, which has been bothering Rosemary and me. I'm sorry not to be able to entertain you more auspiciously, but a haunted house hardly lends itself to gaiety. The dainty yet steely Miss Flora swept toward a room which she referred to as the parlor. It was opposite the library. She sat down in a high-backed chair and asked everyone else to be seated. Mother, said Aunt Rosemary, we don't have to be so formal with Nancy and Helen. I'm sure they'll understand that we've just been badly frightened. She turned towards the girls. Something happened a little while ago that made us very jittery. Yes, Miss Flora said. A pearl necklace of mine was stolen. Do we have stolen jewelry on the thing? I feel like someone might. I don't see it on mine. I don't see it on mine. Damn it. You don't mean the lovely one that has been in the family for so many years, Helen cried out. The two women nodded. Then Miss Flora said, Oh, I probably was very foolish. It's my own fault. While I was in my room, I took the necklace from the hiding place where I usually keep it. The catch has not worked well the last time I wore the pearls, and I wanted to examine it. While I was doing this, Rosemary called to me to come downstairs. The gardener was here and wanted to talk about some work. I put the necklace in my dresser drawer. When I returned 10 minutes later, the necklace wasn't there. This is also something that heavily inspired the Secret of the Old Clock Nancy Drew game. You can probably see the similarities if you were there for that. How dreadful, said Nancy sympathetically. Had anybody come into your house during that time? Not to our knowledge, Aunt Rosemary replied. Ever since we've had this ghost visiting us, we've kept every door and window on the first floor locked all the time. Nancy asked if the two women had gone into the garden to speak to their helper. Mother did, said Mrs. Hayes, but I was in the kitchen the entire time. If anyone came in the back door, I certainly would have seen the person. Is there a back stairway to the second floor? Nancy asked. Yes, Miss Flora answered, but there are doors at both top and bottom, and we keep them locked. No one could have gone up that way. then anyone who came into the house would have to go up by way of the front stairs. Yes, Aunt Rosemary smiled a little, but if anyone had, I would have noticed. You probably heard how those stairs creak when Mother came down. This can be avoided if you hug the wall, but practically no one knows that. May I go upstairs and look around? Nancy questioned. Of course, dear. And I'll show you and Helen to your room, Aunt Rosemary said. I mean, they have her there to investigate. It'd be kind of funny if they were like, no, you can't investigate upstairs. The girls picked up their suitcases and followed the two women up the stairs. Nancy and Helen were given a large, quaint room at the front of the old house over the library. They quickly deposited their luggage, and then Miss Flora led the way across the hall to her room, which was directly above the parlor. It was large and very attractive, with its canopied mahogany bed and an old-fashioned candlewick spread. The dressing table, and chairs also were mahogany. Long chintz draperies. I don't know what kind of draperies those actually are. I know the word, I don't know what the word means. Hung at the windows. An eerie feeling began to take possession of Nancy. She could almost feel the presence of a ghostly burglar on the premises. Though she tried to shake off the mood, it persisted. Finally, she told herself that it was possible the thief was still around. If so, he must be hiding. Against one wall stood a large walnut wardrobe. Helen saw Nancy gazing at it intently. She went over and whispered, "Do you think there might be someone inside?" "Who knows?" Nancy replied in a low voice. "Let's find out." She walked across the room and, taking hold of the two knobs on the double doors, opened them wide. I believe that is the end of the chapter. Yep, that's the end of the chapter. Let me catch up with chat. Mahogany! That's mahogany. Unless they had a key. True, unless they had a key. Hey, Dad, I'm going to the rickety old factory. They may or may not be thugs that might pulverize the bulb. Sigh. Wear a coat. It's cold out tonight. He knows he has a headstrong teenager and he can't do anything about it. Cameron was there. Yes, I remember. That stream feels like so long ago. I was so nervous to read, and now I'm just like, what is this, I think this is our 45th book? Let me pull up the Goodreads. I don't think I technically logged that we started. No, I don't want to exit OBS. Stop. Stop trying to quit, OBS. Oh, I love that Goodreads has the function to just be like, what are you reading? And you just type in the name of the book and then it just pulls it up for you so you don't have to like go and like look at it and move it from one shelf to another. Good times. Only old school Goodreads users will understand the pain. I'm just kidding. True counting as elder abuse would be an insult to Zaddy Carson. It would. His daughter is 18. There's a chance that this man is still in his 30s. Teacher is a fine, fierce young man. He is that. I mean, honestly, for the time period, I would be surprised if he was any older than 40 max, which is not old. It was worrier. Like I said it. I probably like worrier. Like an over. Like you're worrying too much. And these were updated in 1959. They were not updated for like political correctness to the best of my knowledge. They were updated to make them more conservative because the 1930s books had Nancy just being like, I don't trust the police, I don't blah, 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 blah. And they were just like, no, Nancy has to be like a law-abiding citizen. She has to be all this stuff. I still think that pink is a bad idea, but her father said yes. It'll just take some time, but it's definitely doable. Business shoes, but I imagine they would be no tread in the shoe print. Yeah. I would imagine so. Hannah's a real one, yeah. It's fine, Hannah. We almost got hit by a car. Bye! I had purple hair. It's grade 8. It's not that big of a deal. My daughter is going to be really happy to look how she wants to look. Yeah. Yeah. Waterburger, he wanted you to know. That's funny. Full transcription software because YouTube won't allow auto captions on live streams. I know, I'm sorry about that. I go through and meticulously make sure that at the very least we have auto captions on all the videos, but I can't do anything about live captions, which makes me really annoyed. Sorry, Pembroke. I believe you can look up the book. I think you can find the book on the online archive. That might be helpful. Oh yeah, no, my hair is nearly black when it's not dyed or anything too. So like the next time I do my hair, I want to go lighter purple than what I have right now. Although it looks kind of red in this light, but it's purple in real life, I swear. But I'm gonna have to like bleach. I've bleached before, and like unless I like bleach, it doesn't hardly. It feels like it hardly does anything. It's just such a dark color. Marriage, what a concept. Uh-oh, bet you anything Jim is a plot point. Different story, how old? Color to avoid it, you never know. Yeah. I'm sure it'll look good when it's done. Same name is kind of like discovering there's someone all the way across the country, the same name, but they look and act completely different. Yeah. Jim did it. He's a murderer. This is enchanted. Very normal for 1930, from what I've been told. I wasn't there, but from what I've heard, very common. Also, Helen's 21, which is honestly respectably older than most people were when they got married in 1930. I wonder if the 59 reprint changed that point. I'm curious to know. I wonder if she was younger in the original. I'm sure it'll be fine. I think it's also just one of those things where it's like, I think, you know, when your kid is going through something for the first time, I think it can, I probably would also be super worried, but I'm sure it'll be fine. So someone either had to come in and discover the necklace after she left. Yes. Yes, let's try to solve this case together, because I don't remember how this one ends. The Van Gogh poster is good. I'm still trying to find a home for it on the wall. Does financial abuse of an elder count if it ends up being someone who bears responsibility for the care, and that's financial abuse? Yeah, if it turns out, we'll have to see how this shapes up. We'll have to definitely see. But so far, I'm not calling elder abuse yet, but transferred my written log to Goodreads, and Goodreads was all click this box and repeat after me. I am not a robot. Beat poop. That's funny. That's very funny. I now have librarian status, so if anybody has anything that they would like to be fixed as far as the Goodreads records go, let me know. I'm happy to do it. The worst, I have found all the traffic lights. I found all the... I know, it's like, I've clicked all the buses. What are you talking about? Okay. Sorry, I'll get back to the book. Oh god, Crazy Frog. Not Crazy Frog. Okay, I don't see anything. We might all have slightly different variations of things. I'm kind of surprised that stolen jewelry is not on mine. I'm also... Should we check off Nancy helps a stranger right now? Just because I know that Helen's not a stranger to her, but like her family that's the real reason she's there. Like, she's gonna help them find their jewelry. Canon, wait. I mean, naturally. Shockingly, this is not my natural hair color. It's almost black naturally. Very dark naturally. Go back about a year on this channel, you can see just how dark my hair is. Responsible. Yes, if it turns out that somebody who's responsible for the older lady is behind all of this, absolutely we can check that. Check quick. Sorry, guys. I think it's in the archive. I've been doing this long enough. I have all these little pockets of the internet where I'm like, I bet it's over there. Ooh. Ooh. What is this thing? I've never seen this before. This is not where I thought I was going to find it, but... I think I found a online copy. Anyone who's interested in reading along, there's that. I'm looking for this. This is what I'm looking for. Here we go. Now more Saddle Club books. Yay! I'm so excited. Crazy Frog is still around and making songs? What? Isn't by Carolyn Keene. No, it isn't. It's inspired by the works of Carolyn Keene. But I was very excited to find it. Hey, Daniel. Working a few jobs tonight. We'll stream California Diaries next week. Yeah, I was gonna do it tomorrow, but a bunch of people who are really following along with us are not really gonna be available to watch tomorrow. So I figured I might as well just either stream something else tomorrow or not stream or whatever I end up doing, and doing that first thing next week. Do not have any copies of Winnie the Pooh. That is, I thought I had some, and I don't, because I was like, oh, it's A.M. Milne's birthday. We could read Winnie the Pooh. And then I was like, I don't have any copies of Winnie the Pooh. That is a shame. Okay, sorry, speaking of reading, I'll get back to doing my job. Hey guys, just coming in. We are reading, we're not super far into Nancy Drew and the Hidden Staircase. Nancy Drew is solving a supposed haunted house mystery, and there's missing jewelry, and her dad and Nancy almost got run over. Like, it's been a lot already. Your stream, do what you want. Thank you. I want to read. I just keep getting sidetracked. This is the anxious group stared inside the wardrobe. No one stood there. Dresses, suits, and coats hung in an orderly row. Nancy took a step forward and began separating them. Someone, she thought, might be hiding behind the clothes. The others in the room held their breaths as she made a thorough search. No one here, she finally announced, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips of Ms. Flora and Aunt Rosemary. The young sleuth said she would like to make a thorough inspection of all the possible hiding places on the second floor, with Helen helping her. They went from room to room, opening wardrobe doors and looking under beds. They did not find the thief. Nancy suggested that Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary report the theft to the police, but the older woman shook her head. Mrs. Hayes, although she agreed this might be wise, added softly, Mother just might be mistaken. She's a little forgetful at times about where she puts things. With this possibility in mind, she and the girls looked at every drawer in the room, under the mattress and pillows, and even in the pockets of Ms. Flora's clothes. The pearl necklace was not found. The pearl necklace was not found. Nancy suggested that she and Helen try to find out how the thief made his entrance. Led the way outdoors. At once, Nancy began to look for footprints. No tracks were visible on the front or back porches, or any of the walks, which were made of finely crushed stone. That's the end of the sentence. We'll look in the soft earth beneath the windows, Nancy said. Maybe the thief climbed in. But Aunt Rosemary said all the windows on the first floor are kept locked, Hannah objected. No doubt, Nancy said, but I think we should look for footprints just the same. The girls went from window to window, but there were no footprints beneath any. Finally, Nancy stopped and looked thoughtfully at the ivy on the walls. Do you think the thief climbed up to the second floor that way? Helen asked her. But there'd still be footprints on the ground. Nancy said that the thief could have carried a plank with him, laid it down, and stepped from the walk to the wall of the house. Then he could have climbed up the ivy and down again and gotten back to the walk without leaving any footprints. Once more, Nancy went around the entire house, examining every bit of ivy which wound up from the foundation. Finally, she said, No, the thief didn't get into the house this way. Well, he certainly didn't fly in, said Helen, so how did he enter? Nancy laughed. If I could tell you that, I'd have the mystery half solved. She's like, I don't know, you tell me, Helen. What, you think you can't help me just because you're about to get married? She said that she would like to look around the grounds of Twin Elms. It may give us a clue as to how the thief got into the house. As they strolled along, Nancy kept a sharp lookout, but saw nothing suspicious. At last, they came to a half-crumbled brick wall laid out in interesting crisscross pattern. Nancy asked. Well, I guess originally it went over to Riverview Manor, the next property, Helen replied. I'll show you the mansion later. The first owner was a brother of the man who built the place. Helen went on to say that Riverview Manor was a duplicate of Twin Elms Mansion. The two brothers had been inseparable companions, but their sons, who later lived there, had had a violent quarrel and had become lifelong enemies. Oof, family drama. Riverview Manor has been sold several times during the years, but has been vacant for a long time. You mean no one lives there now? Nancy asked. As Helen nodded, she asked with a laugh, Then maybe that's the ghost's home. In that case, it really must be a ghost, said Helen lightly. There's not a piece of furniture in the house. The two girls returned to the Twin Elms mansion and reported their lack of success in picking up a clue to the intruder. Nancy recalled that the passageways that the many colonial houses had secret passage and secret entrance. Nancy recalled that many colonial houses had secret entrances that passageways, asked Miss Flora. Do you know of any secret entrance to your home that the thief could use? I don't know why that sentence was such a mind fuck. Oh my god, it was like, oof, long, oof. Maybe I should still be self-conscious about reading. No, I'm just kidding. She said no and explained that her husband had been a rather reticent person and had passed away when Rosemary was only a baby. It's just possible he knew of a secret entrance but did not want to worry me by telling me about it, Mrs. Turnbull said. Aunt Rosemary, sensing that her mother was becoming alarmed by the question, suggested that they all have lunch. The two girls went with her to the kitchen and helped prepare a tasty meal of chicken salad, biscuits, and fruit gelatin. It's not Jell-O, but fruit gelatin just makes it sound worse, doesn't it? Dr. Pepper milkshakes do sound good, Katie. During the meal, the conversation covered several subjects, but always came back to the topic of the mystery. They had just finished eating when suddenly Nancy sat straight up in her chair. What's the matter? Helen asked her. Nancy was staring out the dining room door toward the stairway in the hall. Then she turned to Ms. Flora. Did you leave a radio on in your bedroom? Why, no. Did you, Aunt Rosemary? No. Neither Mother nor I turned our radios on in the morning. Why? She stopped speaking, for now all of them could distinctly hear music coming from the second floor. Helen and Nancy were out of their chairs instantly. They dashed into the hall and up the stairway. The music was coming from Miss Flora's room, and when the girls rushed in, they knew, indeed, that it was from her radio. Nancy went over to examine the set. It was an old one and did not have a clock attachment with an automatic control. Ooh, an old radio. Not one of those newfangled ones with a clock attachment and automatic control. Someone came into the room and turned on the radio, she stated. A look of alarm came over Helen's face, but she tried to shake off her nervousness and asked, Nancy, do you think the radio could have been turned on by the remote control? I've heard of such things. Remote control technology. Big for 1930. Nancy said she doubted this. I'm afraid, Helen, that the thief has been in the house all the time. He and the ghosts are one and the same person. Oh, I wish we had looked before in the cellar and the attic. Maybe it's not too late. Come on, the call is coming from inside the house. Helen, instead of moving from the room, stared at the fireplace. Nancy, she said, do you suppose someone is hiding up there? Without hesitation, she crossed the room, got down on her knees, and tried to look up the chimney. The damper was closed. Reaching her arm up, Helen pulled the handle open. The next moment, she cried out, Ugh! Oh, Helen, you poor thing, Nancy exclaimed, running to her friend's side. A shower of soot had come down. Saw that coming, covering Helen's hair, face, shoulders, and arms. Give me a towel, will you, Nancy? She requested. Nancy dashed to the bathroom and grabbed 2 large towels. She wrapped them around her friend, then went with Helen to help her with a shampoo and general cleanup job. Finally, Nancy brought her another sports dress. I guess my idea about chimneys wasn't so good, Helen stated ruefully, and we're probably too late to catch the thief. Nevertheless, she and Nancy climbed the stairs to the attic and looked behind trunks and boxes to see if anyone were hiding. Next, the girls went to the cellar and inspected the various rooms there. Still, there was no sign of the thief who had entered Twin Elms. After Miss Flora had heard the whole story, she gave a nervous sigh. It's the ghosts. There's no other explanation. But why, Aunt Rosemary asked, has a ghost suddenly started performing here? This house has been occupied since 1785, and no ghost was ever reported haunting the place. They're just pissed off because of that newfangled radio technology. It's fine. Well, apparently robbery is the motive, Nancy replied, but why the thief bothers to frighten you is something I haven't figured out yet. The main thing, Helen spoke up, is to catch him. Oh, if we only could, Miss Flora said, her voice a bit shaky. The girls were about to pick up the luncheon dishes from the table to carry them to the kitchen. when the front door knocker sounded loudly. "Oh dear," Miss Flora said. "Who can that be? Maybe it's the thief and he's come to harm us." Aunt Rosemary put an arm around her mother's shoulders. "Please don't worry," she begged. "I think our caller is probably the man who wants to buy Twin Elms." She turned to Nancy and Helen. "But Mother doesn't want to sell for the low price that he's offering." Nancy said she would go to the door. She set the dishes down and walked out to the hall. Reaching the great door, she flung it open. Nathan Gomber stood there, and she's like, "This bitch again?" Um... Get back to your job. Entertain it. Just kidding. It's fun when you read chat. Thank you. I do like reading chat, too. It's like Dr. Pepper. It's not bad, at least. Just real sweet. Ooh, sounds interesting. I'd try it. Discussion of where theft becomes elder abuse and what is a vulnerable adult. LOL, we're all back in, right? Now, we have the most interesting conversations here for everybody who's new. Welcome. This is where we read children's books and then have very in-depth conversations about our knowledge of feelings and psychology. Dr. Pepper milkshake. Actually, it sounds pretty good. It sounds just like a Coke float, but with Dr. Pepper. They didn't care for grammar back then. I don't think it's their grammar being bad. I think it's my brain being like, let's just confuse Avery about where all the words go on the page. They did love my grandmother wasn't even alive in the 30s, but man, that woman knows how to make some good gelatin. Yeah, I feel like they were more strict on grammar back in the day, from what I've heard. A lot. Cherry and orange are my favorite. I love cherry flavored things. I just don't like real cherries, which is a weird thing. But I love cherry jello or gelatin. My grandmother likes to put a mixed fruit cocktail in it sometimes. It's very good. Gelatin with ham in it. I've heard of that. Set of 1935 primers when she became an elementary school teacher. It's crazy what they expected second graders to pay attention to. Going to pretend I didn't say that anyway. Jello salad is nasty. I don't like Jello salad, but regular Jello or like gelatin, if we want to be brand neutral, is pretty good. Ham in your gelatin. It's a thing. Just a question is being... What? That was not a question that I was expecting. Give me a second. No, I'd say no. I'd say no. Unless this man. Only pudding just for me. VAC Andrews. Wait, I don't know who that is. Covers to VC Andrews books are iconic. Character. Getting mad at this one. Bad grammar was seen as a sign of bad breeding. Yeah, they were very interesting back then. My grandfather was born in 1929 and his parents were born in 1888. My grandmother, I could have asked her what dating was like when she was a teenager. My grandmother wasn't born until 46, but she dated throughout the, her dating life as a teenager was like, what, 50s and 60s, which is right around the time that this reprint of the books came out. And yeah, basically, dating was a lot more casual, but also fast-paced back then. It was just like, I'm gonna go out with, I have no obligation to only date one person at a time. I'm just gonna kind of go out to on dates with different people until one of them is like, hey, you want to go steady? And if you're going steady, he better be like all but ready to marry you. Can't stand cherry-flavored stuff. Tastes like, I don't like grape-flavored stuff because I had to take grape Benadryl as a kid, and it makes me nauseous just thinking about it. So I get your feeling about the cherry cough syrup. I have heard that jingle, yeah. Sorry I left young YouTuber. I was fighting for truth and justice. Welcome back. Flowers in the attic. Oh god. Yeah, okay. I'm caught up. I know Flowers in the Attic. Like raisins either. I don't know who said they didn't like raisins, but I'm also not a big fan of raisins. Father at a friend's party, and I think they got married a few months later. Yeah, that was pretty normal. Like in 56 or something like that. All right. I'm going to go ahead, by the way, guys, and check. To those of you just coming in, we're reading this Nancy Drew book, and we're playing Nancy Drew Bingo. And in Nancy Drew Bingo... Oh, this is the copy of the book. Did everybody see my link to the copy of the book, if for anybody who wants to read along, if that makes it a little bit more accessible? But I'm checking off Nancy Helps a Stranger. I want to just check off Farm. Although I know we're not going to get Bingo over there because we don't have Bess and George in this book. Like, damn it, Bess and George. We'll have to keep playing this as we get through it, and then when Bess, George, and He Who Shall Not Be Named show up. Being born in the 1930s couldn't be me. I like the texture of raisins. I don't like this, like they're just too sweet. I feel like it's a waste of perfectly good grapes. But that's just me. I'm kind of a weird person when it comes to food. No, when I say He Who Shall Not Be Named, I mean Ned Nickerson. But it's a fair assumption to think Voldemort. I like craisins. Craisins are good. Not raisins, though. Shocked Pikachu meme. Yeah, it will be one day. Except all of it will be cataloged on the internet. Everybody say hi to your great-grandchildren who don't know what it's like to have been alive in 2023. God bless you. Started, so I can't imagine what it was like. We definitely have it easier now. Yeah, well, the economy is real bad right now. It's the worst that it's been since the Depression, but the Depression was very bad. Very, very bad. My lucky grandchildren. Chapter 5, by the way, guys. For several seconds, Nathan Gomber stared at Nancy in disbelief. You, he cried out finally. You didn't expect to find me here, did you? She asked coolly. She's just like trolling this man. I certainly didn't. I thought you'd taken my advice and stayed with your father. Young people today are so hard-hearted, Gomber wagged his head in disgust. Older people have always had to test for younger people. Nancy ignored Gomber's remark, shrugging. The man pushed his way through into the hall. I know this. If anything happens to your father, you'll never forgive yourself. But you can't blame Nathan Gomber. I warned you. Stop talking about yourself in the third person, Nathan. Still, Nancy made no reply. She kept looking at him steadily, trying to figure out what was really in his mind. She was convinced it was not solicitude for her father. Solicitude for her father. There you go. Nathan Gomber changed the subject abruptly. I'd like to see Mrs. Turnbull and Mrs. Hayes, he said. Go call them. What's the magic word? Dick. Nancy was annoyed by Gomber's crudeness, but she turned around and went down the hall to the dining room. We heard every word, Miss Flora said in a whisper. I shan't see Mr. Gomber. I don't want to sell this house. Nancy was amazed to hear this. You mean he's the person who wants to buy it? Yes. Instantly, Nancy was on the alert. Because of the nature of the railroad deal in which Nathan Gomber was involved, she was distrustful of his motives in wanting to buy Twin Elms. It flashed through her mind that perhaps he was trying to buy it at very low price and planned to sell it off in building lots at a huge profit. Suppose I go tell him you don't want to sell, Nancy suggested in a low voice, but her caution was futile. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to see Gomber standing in the doorway. Howdy, everybody, he said. Miss Flora, Aunt Rosemary, and Helen showed the man completely lacking... Miss Flora, Aunt Rosemary, and Helen showed annoyance. It was plain that all of them thought the man completely lacking in good manners. Yeah, because he's a dick. Aunt Rosemary's jaw was set in a grim line, but she said politely, Helen, this is Mr. Gomber. Mr. Gomber, my niece, Mrs. Corning. Meet you, said the caller, extending a hand to shake Helen's. Nancy, I guess you've met Mr. Gomber, Aunt Rosemary went on. Oh, sure, Nathan Gomber said with somewhat raucous laughter. Nancy and me, we've met. Only once, Nancy said pointedly. Ignoring her rebuff, he went on. Nancy Drew is a very strange young lady. Her father's in great danger, and I tried to warn her to stick close to him. Instead of that, she's out here visiting you folks. Her father's in danger, Miss Flora said worriedly. Dad says he's not, Nancy replied, and besides, I'm sure my father would know how to take care of any enemies. She looked straight at Nathan Gomber, as if to let him know that the Drews were not easily frightened. Hell yeah. Well, the caller said, let's get down to business. To defeat the Hun. Sorry. He pulled an envelope full of papers from his pocket. Everything's here, all ready for you to sign, Miss Turnbull. Mrs. Turnbull, I don't wish to sell at such a low figure, Miss Flora told him firmly. In fact, I don't know that I want to sell at all. Nathan Gomber tossed his head. You'll sell all right, he prophesied. I've been talking to some of the folks downtown. Everybody knows this old place is haunted, and nobody would give you 5 cents for it. That is, nobody but me. That's probably not true. As he waited for his words to sink in, Nancy spoke up. If the house is haunted, why do you want it? Well, Gomber answered, I guess I'm a gambler at heart. I'd be willing to put some money into this place, even if there is a ghost parading around. He laughed loudly, then went on. I declare it might be a real pleasure to meet a ghost and get the better of it. Nancy thought with disgust, Nathan Gomber, you're about the most conceited, obnoxious person I've met in a long time. She hasn't met Ned yet, so that's the kicker. Suddenly, the expression of cunning on the man's face changed completely. An almost wistful look came into his eyes. He sat down on one of the dining room chairs and rested his chin in his hand. I guess you think I'm just a hard-hearted businessman with no feelings. My brain, for one split second, thought he was going to say bastard, and I was like, there's no way. Not in this 1930s children's book. Nancy Drew is out of pocket as a series, but not that out of pocket. The truth is, I'm a real softie. I'll tell you why I want this old house so bad. I've always dreamed of owning a colonial mansion and having a kinship with early America. You see, my family were poor folks in Europe. Now that I've made a little money, I'd like to have a home like this to roam around in and enjoy its traditions. Just to walk around in by myself. Hey, Hale. Miss Flora seemed to be touched by Gomber's story. I had no idea you wanted this place so much, she said kindly. Maybe I ought to give it up. It's really too big for us. As Aunt Rosemary saw her mother weakening, she said quickly, you don't have to sell this house, Mother. You know you love it. So so far as the ghost is concerned, I'm sure that mystery is going to be cleared up. Then you'd be sorry you had parted with Twin Elms. Please don't say yes. As Gomber gave Mrs. Hayes a dark look, Nancy asked him, "Why don't you buy Riverview Manor? It's a duplicate of the place and it's for sale. You probably could purchase it at a lower price than you could this one." "I've seen that place," the man returned. It is in a bad state. It would cost me a mint of money to fix it up. No, sir, I want this place and I'm going to have it." This bold remark was too much for Aunt Rosemary. Her eyes blazing, she said, "Mr. Gomber, this interview is at an end. Goodbye." To Nancy's delight and somewhat to her amusement, Nathan Gomber obeyed the order to leave. He seemed to be almost meek as he walked through the hall. Damn it! It says meek girl specifically, doesn't it? Damn it! Ah. Gomber, why couldn't you be a girl right now? As he walked through the hall and let himself out the front door. "Of all the nerve," Helen burst out. "Perhaps we shouldn't be too hard on the man," Miss Flora said timidly. "His story is a pathetic one, and I can see how he might want to pretend he had an old American family background. It's not all it's cracked up to be, really, trust me." "I'd like to bet a kooky Mr. Gomber didn't mean one word of what he was saying," Helen remarked. Question for chat, and maybe somebody's already asked this, but I'll keep reading chat once I finish reading this chapter. Are we counting the bullying of this woman and the attempted bullying of her into selling as elder abuse? Just open-ended question. "Oh dear, I'm so confused," said Miss Flora, her voice trembling. "Let's all sit down in the parlor and talk about it a little more." The two girls stepped back and as Miss Flora, then Aunt Rosemary, left the dining room. They followed to the parlor and sat down together on the recessed couch by the fireplace. Nancy, on a sudden hunch, ran to the front window to see which direction Gomber had taken. To her surprise, he was walking down the winding driveway. "That's strange. Evidently he didn't drive," Nancy told herself. "It's quite a walk into town to get a train or a bus to River Heights." As Nancy mulled over this idea, trying to figure out the answer, she became conscious of creaking sounds. Helen suddenly gave a shriek. Nancy turned quickly. "Look!" Helen cried, pointing toward the ceiling, and everyone stared upward. The crystal chandelier had suddenly started swaying from side to side. "The ghost again!" Miss Flora cried out. She looked as if she were about to faint. "It's Sia!" She's swinging from the chandelier again. It looks as if she were about to faint. We have somebody fainted. We keep getting so close to just being able to just tick one thing off. Nancy's eyes quickly swept the room. Nothing else in it was moving, so vibration was not causing the chandelier to sway. As it swung back and forth, a sudden thought came to the young sleuth. Maybe someone in Miss Flora's room above was causing the shaking. The picture of them, chat. They're all looking scared at the chandelier as it's swinging rapidly. And nobody's moving out from under it, which feels like a bad idea. "I'm going upstairs to investigate," Nancy told the others. Racing noiselessly, on tiptoe out of the room and through the hall, over the river and through the woods, she began climbing the stairs, hugging the wall so the steps would not creak. Is this picture here? No, because she's got a flashlight on in this picture. Also, they describe her as blonde in this book, but she's clearly still redhead on the cover, so As she neared the top, Nancy was sure she heard a door close. Hurrying along the hall, she burst into Miss Flora's bedroom. Along the hall, she burst in. No one was in sight. I just feel like Nancy is the FBI open up meme. Maybe this time the ghost couldn't get away, and in that wardrobe, Nancy thought, Helen and her relatives had come up the stairs behind Nancy. They reached the bedroom just as she flung open the wardrobe doors, but for the second time, she found no one hiding there. Nancy bit her lip in vexation. The ghost was clever indeed. Where had he gone? She had given him no time to go down the hall or run into another room, yet there was no denying the fact that he had been in Miss Flora's room. Tell us why you came up, Helen begged her. Nancy told her theory, but suddenly she realized that maybe she was letting her imagination run wild. It was possible, she admitted to the others, that no one had caused the chandelier to shake. There's only one way to find out, she said. I'll make a test. Nancy asked Helen to go back to the first floor and watch the chandelier. She would try to make it sway by rocking from side to side on the floor above it. If this works, then I'm sure we've picked up a clue to the ghost, she said hopefully. Helen readily agreed and left the room. When Nancy thought her friend had had time to reach the parlor below, she began to rock hard from side to side on the spot above the chandelier. She had barely started the tests when from the first floor, Helen Corning gave a piercing scream. Illustrated, yes. Yes, I love the illustrations in the old Nancy Drew books. Grapes are good, but raisins are something else. Not living in the Great Depression or the especially the Black Plague. The Great Depression wouldn't be fun either, but if I had to choose, I'd definitely choose that over the Black Plague. Although you still have to dodge Spanish flu, but we have COVID, so it's not like it's not, I don't know. You have more of a chance of surviving Spanish flu than you do the Black Plague. Hi, people of the 2100s. Sad Pikachu meme used to make sense, I promise. Well, we slide into a recession and oh, hello, pandemic. Yeah, we're just slowly trying to do a repeat of 1930s to Electric Boogaloo. I don't know why it's such a pet peeve of mine. There's no real reason for it to. It's no real reason to really make me upset, but it's always just a thing where I'm just like, really? Dr. Pepper. Interesting. Mansions were abandoned was because as slavery became obsolete and the money dried up, maintenance on them stopped and many left. Yeah, because that's what you get for being slave owners. Just like, yeah, you can leave your giant mansion. We don't feel bad for those people. Nathan coming off like Zach Baggins just antagonizing the ghosts. Yeah, right. I would like to just walk around. Oh no, I totally get it. I'm not laughing at it. I just think that this guy is 100% bullshitting. I don't think he wants to just walk around and appreciate the house. I think he wants to tear down the house and sell the land for something else. Do a video on that cartoon version of Around the World in 80 Days. Me too. I'm excited. Maybe I vote yes. I vote yes. Protect this old lady in her house. Nah, they're bullying her for her mansion, not for her oldness. No, but elder abuse isn't abusing somebody because they're an elder. It's, well, let's look up the definition of elder abuse. I think it's abuse by a caregiver, but I could be wrong. Look it up. Whodunit flashbacks. Natasha and I still have to do the last 2 episodes of Whodunit. We have to figure out what we're doing special for our last. Well, we know kind of what we want to do, but we're not. We have to execute it, right? So it's like Gaslight. Yes, I was thinking the same thing, Texas. I love the original, or it's not the original because it's the American remake of Gaslight from 42, 44. I love that movie. That's one of my favorite thrillers. It's just good. When looking for the jewelry was making it seem like ghosts. Yep. Would you guys watch a video if I did one on Gaslight, the old 1940s movie that started the put the term gaslight into our vernacular? Come on, camera. No, your husband just left. I was like, bye. Nancy was shot in the chest. Oh no. This is literally Scooby-Doo. Oh, Nancy and Scooby would get along so well. Nancy and Daphne, power team. In a mansion, you're required to put in a Celine Dion. Yes. Oh yeah, that's been my dream forever. I have a white nightgown. It's not nearly as fancy as Celine Dion's in the It's All Coming Back to Me Now music video, but damn if I haven't put it on and been like, I could run through a mansion in this dress. It's actually the nightgown that Natasha wore to play Ghosts of Christmas Past. It's very like Victorian child looking. Them's the rules. Yup, them's the rules. Oh no, brain freeze, Texas. Hope we don't recreate a certain one. Yeah, that's not. There's a lot of things from the 30s that we shouldn't recreate. That being the biggest one. 44. Okay. That's my gatekeep girl boss. I am still going to make, for those of you who were there when we came up with the Ghost Light Geist Keep Ghoul boss, that is absolutely going to be merch. Sorry, I vanished from chat. You're good. Leveling up in game. Yay. Do it. Do the Gaslight vid. Okay, cool. Nancy is a fusion of the entire gang. Yeah, she really is. Except for maybe Shaggy. Well, no, I guess she has a little bit of Shaggy in her, I guess. Nancy and James Bond. As I type this, I realize what a bad idea it is. Well, Nancy doesn't need James Bond and his misogyny, so it's fine. Well, I guess not every... It's hard to say. I haven't really seen enough of James Bond to know. Young Angela Lansbury for the win! She was like 19 years old in that movie. Icon. Oh, right. I was gonna look up the definition of elder abuse. How did we get here, chat? By the way, thank you, chat, for being the community that's like, oh yeah, you want to talk about an old movie from 1944? Do it. I'm so glad that I don't feel, like, I know some creators feel like they have to constantly be making, like, topical content to stay on top, and I've never really felt like I had to make every single thing be something that everybody was talking about and it was trendy. I just kind of felt like I could make what I wanted to make. Okay, so elder abuse is abuse of somebody 60 or over at the hands of a caregiver or a person the elder trusts. So no. Oh. Sorry, I hope this is not triggering for anybody. And basically, that can be all the things. All the things. Basically, if somebody they trust or somebody that that's taking care of them is abusing them and they're 60 or over, then... No, I haven't read the scripts yet. Shit. Sorry, I will. Movie. It's always been something I wanted to watch, though. Oh, yeah. Gaslight. Gaslight is a good movie. Videos on those really old movies I keep trying to talk about and make him watch, and I am very no. Oh, well, if you're ever very yes, just know that I'll be your first subscriber. I love when people have channels and they just, like, talk about the things that they hyperfixate on. That's what my channel is, and I love it here. Something has happened to Helen, Aunt Rosemary cried out fearfully. This chapter is called The Gorilla Face. I have no idea where this is going. Nancy was already racing through the second floor hallway. Reaching the stairs, she leaped down Then she leaped down them 2 steps at a time. Helen Corning had collapsed in a wing chair in the parlor, her hands over her face. Did she faint? Oh, damn it. She probably didn't faint. I mean, I don't want her to faint, but I want to be able to check off faint. Resources. I believe in you. I never want my face seen. I mean, some people do commentary videos and they're not on camera. That's a very common thing. Like I collaborated with Nate from Scoobytopia. He's never on camera. If that's not something you're comfortable with, there's ways to work around that. Wait. Helen, what happened? Nancy asked, reaching over her face. Wait, hang on. Helen, what happened? Nancy asked, reaching her friend. She had her hands over her face. Sorry. Out there, looking in the window, Helen pointed to the front window of the parlor next to the hall. The most horrible face I ever saw. Was it a man's face? Nancy questioned. Sorry, I don't know why that was funny. Oh, I don't know. It looked just like a gorilla. Helen closed her eyes as if to shut out the memory of the sight. Nancy did not wait to hear any more. In another second, she was at the front door and had yanked it open. Stepping outside, she looked all around. She could see no animal near the house, nor any sign under the window that had once stood there. Puzzled, the young sleuth hurried down the steps and began a search of the grounds. By this time, Helen had collected her wits and come outside. She joined Nancy together and looked in every outbuilding and behind every clump of bushes on the grounds of Twin Elms. They did not find one footprint or any other evidence to prove that a gorilla or other creature had been on the grounds of the estate. I saw it. I know I saw it, Helen insisted. I don't doubt you, Nancy replied. Then what explanation is there? Helen demanded. You know I never did believe in spooks, but if we have many more of these weird happenings here, I declare I'm going to start believing in ghosts. Helen is giving me very, it's similar to like Jane from Tarzan, the Disney Tarzan movie energy. And I mean that in a good way because I've always related to Jane. That whole like, Daddy, they took my book. That's a very like, I feel that in my soul, and that's how I feel. Helen. By the way, can we tick off? What do we think of the one that just says train? Because like, there's lots of mentioning of train tracks. Is it that they have to ride the train? Is that the thing? I guess we'll leave it. Okay, what's happened? So Nancy is investigating a quote-unquote haunted house where the ladies' jewelry has been stolen. They're seeing and hearing creepy things all around the house. Meanwhile, the B plot is that there's this cranky businessman who's trying to get the women who own the haunted house to sell to him at a very low price, and he's also warning that Nancy Drew's dad is going to be in danger because of some kind of lawyery business thing that he claims he did. It's very strange. Wait for me and make a kitty avatar for me. Cute. Oh, that's cute. I love it. And now Helen saw what she swore was a gorilla outside the window and freaked out and nearly fainted, but I don't think we can count it as actually fainting, right, chat? I don't think we can count it. VTuber and get one of those anime characters models to be you instead. Yeah, do that. I'm still laughing about, it was the most horrible face I ever saw. Nancy, was it a man's face? Nancy. Nancy laughed. Don't worry, Helen, she said. There'll be a logical explanation for the face at the window. The girls walked back to the front door of the mansion. Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary stood there and immediately insisted upon knowing what had happened. As Helen told them, Nancy once more surveyed the outside of the window, at which Helen had seen the terrifying face. I have a theory, she spoke up. Our ghost simply leaned across from the end of the porch and held a mask in front of the window. Nancy stretched her arms out to demonstrate how this was possible. So that's why he didn't leave any footprints under the window, Helen said. But he certainly got away from here fast. She suddenly laughed. He must be on some ghost track team. Her humor, Nancy was glad to see, relieved the tense situation. She had noticed Miss Flora leaning wearily on her daughter's arm. You'd better lie down and rest, Mother, Mrs. Hayes advised. I guess I will, Aunt Flora agreed. It was suggested that the elderly woman use Aunt Rosemary's room while the others continued the experiment with the chandelier. Helen and Aunt Rosemary went into the parlor and waited as Nancy ascended the front stairway and went to Miss Flora's bedroom. Once more, she began to rock from side to side. Downstairs, Aunt Rosemary and her niece were gazing intently at the ceiling. Look, Helen exclaimed, pointing at the crystal chandelier. It's moving. In a moment, it swung to the left, then back to the right. Nancy has proved that the ghost was up in the mother's room, Aunt Rosemary said excitedly. After a few minutes, the rocking motion of the chandelier slackened and finally stopped. Nancy hurried down the steps. Did it work? She called. Yes, it did, Aunt Rosemary replied. Oh, Nancy, we must have two ghosts. Why do you say that? Helen asked. One rocking the chandelier and the other holding the horrible face up to the window. No one could have gone from Miss Flora's room to the front porch in such a short time. Oh, this complicates everything. It certainly does, Nancy agreed. The question is, are the two ghosts in cahoots? Or is it just possible that there is only one? He could have disappeared from Miss Flora's room without seeing him and somehow hurried to the first floor and let himself out the front door while we were upstairs. Can you draw me like a schematic, Nancy? I'm convinced that there is at least one secret entrance into this house and maybe more. I think our next step should be to try and find it or them. We'd better wash the luncheon dishes first, Aunt Rosemary suggested. As she and the girls worked, they discussed the mystery, and Mrs. Hayes revealed that she had talked to her mother about leaving the house, whether or not she sold it. I thought we might at least go away for a little vacation, but Mother refused to leave. She said she intends to remain right here until this ghost business is settled. Helen smiled. Nancy, my great-grandmother, is a wonderful woman. She has taught me a lot about courage and perseverance. I hope if I ever reach her age, I'll have half as much. Yes, she's an example to all of us, Aunt Rosemary concurred. Nancy nodded. I agree. I haven't known your mother long, Aunt Rosemary, but I think she's one of the dearest persons I've ever met. If Miss Flora won't leave, said Helen, I guess that means we'll stay. That's settled, Nancy said with a smile. After the dishes were put away, the girls were ready to begin their search for a secret entrance into the mansion. Let's start with Miss Flora's room, Helen suggested. That's a logical place, Nancy replied, and took the lead up the stairway. Every inch of the wall, which was paneled in maple, halfway to the ceiling was tapped, and no hollow sound came from any section of it to indicate an open space behind. The bureau, dressing table, and bed were pulled away from the walls, and Nancy carefully inspected every inch of the paneling for cracks or wide seams to indicate concealed doors. Nothing yet, she announced, and then decided to inspect the sides of the fireplace. The paneled sides and brick front revealed nothing. Next, Nancy looked at the sides and the rear of the stone interior. She could see nothing unusual, and the blackened stones did not look as if they had ever been disturbed. She closed the damper which Helen had left open and then suggested that the searchers transfer to another room on the second floor, but no trace of any secret entrance to the mansion could be found. I think we've had enough investigation for one day, Aunt Rosemary remarked. Nancy was about to say that she was not tired and would like to continue, but she realized that Mrs. Hayes had made the suggestion because her mother was once more showing signs of fatigue and strain. Helen, who also realized the situation, said, "Let's have an early supper. I'm starved." "I am too," Nancy replied, laughing gaily. The mood was contagious, and soon Miss Flora seemed to have forgotten about the mansion being haunted. She sat in the kitchen while Aunt Rosemary and the girls cooked the meal. Steak and French fried potatoes, fresh peas, and yummy floating island for dessert, said Helen. I can hardly wait. I'm supposed to say yum, but it just says But I don't know. Maybe she meant to say Fruit cup first, Aunt Rosemary announced, taking a bowl of fruit from the refrigerator. Soon the group was seated at the table, tactfully steering the conversation away from the mystery. Nancy asked Miss Flora to tell the group about parties and dances which had been held in the mansion long ago. By the way, I think my grandmother at least inherited this, probably from her parents, this whole, like, the multiple courses that they're eating. My goodness. I think it's that generation and the previous generation's thing. The elderly woman smiled in recollection. I remember one story my husband told me of something that happened when he was a little boy. Miss Flora began. His parents were holding a masquerade, and he was supposed to be in bed fast asleep. Paper faces on parade, masquerade. Sorry. It's like masquerade from Phantom of the Opera, but it gets more warbled as you go on. His nurse had gone downstairs to talk to some of the servants. The music awakened my husband, and he decided it would be great fun to join the guests. I'll put on a costume myself, he said to himself. He knew there were some packed in a trunk in the attic. Miss Flora paused. By the way, girls, I think sometime while you are here you ought to see them. They're beautiful. Well, Everett went to the attic and opened the trunk and searched until he found a soldier's outfit. It was very fancy, red coat and white trousers. He had quite a struggle getting it on and had to turn the coat sleeves way up. The knee breeches came to his ankles, and the hat was so large it came down over his ears. By this time, Miss Flora's audience was laughing, and Aunt Rosemary remarked, My father really must have looked funny. Please go on, Mother. Little Everett came down the stairs and mingled with the masqueraders at the dance. For a while, he wasn't noticed, then suddenly his mother discovered the queer-looking figure. We've talked about this in the last book. It was when queer just meant weird, which is an outdated use of the word, but you know, it was 1930, I suppose. And Aunt Rosemary interrupted quickly. Put him back to bed, I'm sure. Miss Flora laughed. That's where you're wrong. The guests thought the whole thing was such fun that they insisted Everett stay. Some of the women danced with him. He went to dancing school and was an excellent dancer. Then they gave him some strawberries and cream and cake, Helen remarked, and then put him to bed. Again, Mrs. Flora laughed. The poor little fellow never knew that he had fallen asleep while he was eating, and his father had to carry him upstairs. He was put into his little four-poster costume and all. Of course, his nurse was horrified, and I'm afraid that during the rest of the night, the poor woman thought she would lose her position, but she didn't. In fact, she stayed with the family until all the children were grown up. Oh, that's a wonderful story, said Nancy. She was about to urge Miss Flora to tell another story when the telephone rang. Aunt Rosemary answered it, and then called to Nancy. It's for you. Nancy hurried to the hall, grabbed up the phone, and said, Hello. A moment later, she cried out, Dad, how wonderful to hear from you. Mr. Drew said that he had not found Willie Wharton, and certain clues seemed to indicate that he was not in Chicago, but in some other city. few other matters to take care of that will keep me here until tomorrow night. How are you getting along? I haven't solved the mystery yet, his daughter reported. We've had some more strange happenings. I'll certainly be glad to see you here at Cliffwood. I know you can help me. All right, I'll come, but don't try to meet me. This time, the time is too uncertain, and as a matter of fact, I may find that I'll have to stay here in Chicago. Mr. Drew said that he would come out to the mansion by taxi. Briefly, Nancy related her experiences at Twin Elms, and after a little more conversation, hung up. When she rejoined the others at the table, she told them about Mr. Drew's promised visit. Oh, I'll be happy to meet your father, said Miss Flora. We may need legal advice after this mystery. In this mystery. There was a pause after this remark, with everyone silent for a few moments. Suddenly, each one in the group looked at the others, startled. From somewhere upstairs came the plaintive strains of violin music. Had the radio been turned on again by the ghost? Nancy dashed from the table to find out. Whew. All right. What are we thinking about? Did Hannah or did Helen nearly faint enough to count it? Helen Corning had collapsed in a wing chair in the parlor, her hands over her face. I don't know if that counts as fainting or not. She might have just been scared. Berries and cream, berries and cream. God damn, I forgot. I blocked that out for a second, and now it's back. Gatekeep. I knew what you meant. Favorite in-game. Where was I? Where did I leave off in chat? Interest in making. I don't really have an interest in making videos, but if I did, I would show my face. It just seems more fun just recording your voice. I mean, every creator can choose to create whichever way they feel most comfortable, you know? I'm fine being on camera. Some people aren't. Plus, some people just make things where their style is they want you to be seeing clips of things that they're talking about, and there's no real need for them to be on camera. It just depends. They're just demos of stuff I don't show my face or talk. Maybe one day. I mean, I never thought that I'd have a YouTube channel at all, and here we're sitting at almost 6,000 subscribers right now. Confused, gatekeep, and gaslight. I'm seeking redemption for that, Toonie. It's okay. I knew what you meant. Rights. She wears a chicken head in public. I mean, or you could be like the Proto Men or Sleep Token. They all wear like full costumes and masks and stuff so that nobody can really see their face when they perform on stage. That would be cute. Nancy said, "Who needs men?" Then turned around and dated Ned Nickerson. Nancy really is great. Ghost just wanted to have some fun. Ghosts just want to have fun to the tune of girls just want to have fun. Videos, completely innocent videos talking about old movies. Behave, chat. Are the ghosts in caboots? I sure would like a floor plan of this house because Nancy's explanation makes no sense. So what I'm picturing is here. I'm going to do a not drawing. Actually, no, I have a pen and paper. What am I doing? Not doing a drawing. This is what I'm picturing the house, the floor plan looks like, right? I think there's like an entryway here. Like I think this is the like the foyer. Will. And then I think over here is like the library. And then it said across the parlor from the library is the like sitting room type area. And then there's stairs over here. And the stairs, I think, branch off into, like, a kind of this type situation where it's, like, this kind of thing, where the halls kind of wrap around, like in those big houses do. Like, in those big houses tend to do, maybe. Where, like, you've got the stairs coming up, and then you've got, like, maybe there's a walkway over here. I don't know. That's what I'm picturing. No secret door. Time for some home redecorating. Get the sledgehammer. And it's on team interviewing for a project. A lot of churches that have to keep us oh. My husband during the practice night said, have you asked? That's the whole lot. Everyone was all, no, you can't say that. This is Texas. Oh gosh. He was just joking around when he added that to his section of the presentation. That's funny. Engineers have no chill. I guess that's funny. Yeah, the commercial that became a meme on TikTok, the berries and cream guy. Trying her best, but fear is her main emotion. Yeah, so I think there's probably also, like, I don't know, dining room and kitchen over here. Now I'm very fascinated in figuring out the floor plan of this house. Sorry. And the ballroom is probably, like, over here. Kitchen's probably in the back of the house. Dining room probably connects to the sitting room. And then probably, like, over here, the second floor, I'm not sure. The only thing that confuses me is the second floor, because you go up the stairs. The stairs are here-ish. Sorry, my my architect grandparents would be very, very disappointed in the schematic that I'm drawing. I come to the stream and see maybe Texas. As a Texan, I have to assume we are talking about something bad. Oh gosh. They're either talking about the state or me. Though we were just talking about Texas's story that she was telling. Oh yeah, so probably it's like a room, probably like Helen's room where the girls are staying over here. Sorry. Now I'm very, very fascinated. Then, like, the or the older ladies are kind of over here, maybe somewhere. I don't know. Room. I don't know. Room. Let's keep working on the schematic as we go. Sorry to derail. Everybody's like, what the fuck, Avery? What did we decide? Can I call if someone faints? Can I call someone faints for Helen? Texas Casey Jones is my original pen name. And I made it when I was between 4th and 5th grade. Aw, when I lived in Arizona. Cute. I love that. All right. Let's keep going. You tricked me and made us be asleep. She's clever like that. I don't know how she does it, but here we are. We shall join next time. Good night. Good night, guys. And just harvest someone else's resources. And I felt guilty. I always feel guilty when I'm playing games like that, and I'm like, what if I just take the shortcut? And then I'm just like, nah, I can't do that. Whatever. Yeah, let us know. See you guys, Pembroke. Thank you for joining. Yes, on faints. Yes, okay. I feel like that's pretty much fainting. She was so scared that she collapsed into a chair. I feel like we can say that we're checking faints. I don't know if everybody else's thing looks like mine, but I don't know if all of our cards look the same, but just for reference, this is what mine's looking like right now. Anyway, it is 11:11. Got a lot of book. Let's well, not a lot of book. Let's keep going. We're like almost halfway. I'll read faster, I swear. Okay. Sorry. Derailed. It's you're new here. Sorry. I'm very ADHD and it's kicking my ass tonight. Apologies. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Koksky. My case of the missing fucks fell over. No! I have to figure out where I want to put this sticker. I have to put it somewhere good. This is chapter 7, Frightening Eyes. Within 5 seconds, Nancy had reached the second floor. The violin playing suddenly ceased. She raced into Miss Flora's room from which the sounds had seemed to come. The radio was not on. Quickly, Nancy felt the instrument to see if it were even slightly warm to prove it had been in use. The music wasn't being played on this, she told herself, finding the radio cool. As Nancy dashed from the room, she almost ran into Helen. What did you find out? Her friend asked breathlessly. Nothing so far, Nancy replied as she raced into Aunt Rosemary's bedroom to check the bedside radio in there. The instrument, too, felt cold to the touch. She and Helen stood in the center of the room, puzzled frowns cresting their foreheads. There was music, wasn't there? Helen questioned. I distinctly heard it, Nancy replied, but where is the person who played the violin? Or put a disc on a record player? Or turned on a hidden radio? Helen, I'm positive the intruder or plugged in their iPod. Helen, I'm positive an intruder comes into this mansion by some secret entrance and tries to frighten us all. And succeeds, Helen answered. It's positively eerie. And dangerous, Nancy thought. Oh, I need to do videos on Lake Erie, Indiana? Is that that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's continue our search right after breakfast tomorrow, Helen proposed. We will, Nancy responded, but in the meantime, I believe Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary, to say nothing of ourselves, need some police protection. I think you're right, Helen agreed. Let's go down and suggest it to the others. The girls returned to the first floor, and Nancy told Mrs. Hayes and her mother of the failure to find the cause of the violin playing and what she had in mind. Oh dear, the police will only laugh at us, Miss Flora objected. Mother dear, said her daughter, the captain and his men didn't believe us before because they thought we were imagining things, but Nancy and Helen heard music at 2 different times, and they saw the chandelier rock. I'm sure that the Captain Rosalind will believe Nancy and send a guard out here. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see. A hello neighbor ad before watching. Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome, Ollie. We're glad to have you here. We are reading Nancy Drew, The Hidden Staircase. read a Nancy Drew book. This is very interesting. So I have loved Nancy Drew pretty much my entire life. We're also playing Nancy Drew Bingo, if you can see. I guess I can put us back on the cozier, messy desk look. I also collect Nancy Drew books and Nancy Drew memorabilia. And obviously I've done a lot of Nancy Drew content on the channel, so I love reading Nancy Drew books. It's a favorite of mine. Oh yeah, Texas saw a monkey at her kid's school. This particular book is the second one ever written. It's from 1930, and it is about Nancy trying to solve the mystery of, like, a haunted house. Nancy smiled at Miss Flora. I shan't ask the captain to believe in a ghost, or even hunt for one. I think all we should request at the moment is that he have a man patrol the grounds here at night. I'm sure that we're perfectly safe while we're all awake, but I must admit I'd feel a little uneasy about going to bed wondering what the ghost may do next. Mrs. Turnbull finally agreed to the plan, and Nancy went to the telephone. Captain Rosslyn readily agreed to send a man out a little later. It was Chief McGinnis, who is the typical chief that you always see in River Heights, which they're not in River Heights right now. We could have a check, but we don't. Anyway, I'll keep reading. Captain Rosslyn readily agreed to send a man out a little later. He'll return each night as long as you need him, the officer stated, and I'll tell him not to ring the bell to tell you when he comes. If there's anyone who breaks into the mansion by a secret entrance, it will be much better if he does not know a guard is on duty. I understand, Nancy said. That's weirdly helpful of the police. When Miss Flora and her daughter and the two girls went to bed, they were confident they would have a restful night. Nancy felt if there was no disturbance, that it would indicate that the ghost's means of entry into Twin Elms was directly from outside. In which case, she thought, it will mean he saw the guard and didn't dare come inside the house. The young sleuth's desire for a good night's sleep was rudely thwarted as she awakened by midnight with a start. Nancy was sure she had heard a noise nearby, but now the house was quiet. Nancy listened intently and finally got out of bed. Perhaps the noise I heard came from outdoors, she told herself, tiptoeing to a window. Sorry. So that she would not awaken Helen, Nancy peered out at the moonlight grounds, shadows made by the tree branches which swayed in a gentle breeze, moved back and forth across the lawn. The scent from a rose garden in full bloom was wafted to Nancy. What a heavenly night, she thought. Suddenly, Nancy gave a start. A furtive figure had darted from behind a tree toward a clump of bushes. Was he the guard or the ghost? Of Guards and Ghosts would be a great name for a band. She wondered as Nancy watched intently to see if she could detect any further movements of the mysterious figure. She heard padding footsteps in the hall. In a moment, there was a loud knock on her door. Nancy, wake up! Nancy, come quick! The voice was Miss Flora's, and she sounded extremely frightened. Nancy sped across the room, unlocked her door, and opened it wide. By this time, Helen was awake and out of bed. What happened? She asked sleepily. Aunt Rosemary had come into the hall. Aunt Rosemary had come into the hall also. Her mother did not say a word, just started back toward her own bedroom. The others followed, wondering what they would find. Moonlight brightened part of the room, but the area near the hall was dark. There, up there, Miss Flora said, pointing to a corner of the room near the hall. Two burning eyes looked down on the watchers. Instantly, Nancy snapped on the wall light, and the group gazed upward at a large brown owl perching on the old-fashioned ornamental picture molding. Oh, Aunt Rosemary cried out. How did that bird ever get in here? The others did not answer at once. Then Nancy, not wishing to frighten Miss Flora, remarked as casually as she could, "It probably came down the chimney." But, Helen started to say. Nancy gave her friend a warning wink, and Helen did not finish the sentence. Nancy was sure she was going to say the damper had been closed, and the bird could not possibly have flown into the room from the chimney. Turning to Miss Flora, Nancy asked whether or not her bedroom door had been locked. "Oh, yes," the elderly woman insisted. "I wouldn't leave it unlocked for anything." Nancy did not comment. Knowing that Miss Flora was a bit forgetful, she thought it quite possible that the door had not been locked. An intruder had entered, let the owl fly to the picture molding, then made just enough noise to awaken the sleeping woman. To satisfy her own memory about the damper, Nancy went over to the fireplace and looked inside. The damper was closed. But if the door to the hall was locked, she reasoned, then the ghost had some other way of getting into the room, and he escaped detection of the guard. "I don't want that owl in here all night," Miss Flora broke into Nancy's reverie. "We'll have to get it out." "That's not going to be easy," Aunt Rosemary spoke up. "Owls have very sharp claws and beaks, and they use them viciously, or anybody who tries to disturb them. Mother, you come and sleep in my room the rest of the night. We'll chase the owl out in the morning." "We'll let the owl be, Mom. The owl can... It's the owl's room now," urged Miss Flora to go with her daughter. "I'll stay here and try to get Mr. Owl out of the house. Have you a pair of old heavy gloves?" "I have some in my room," Aunt Rosemary replied. "They're thick leather. I use them for gardening." She brought them to Nancy, who put the gloves on at once. Then she... Sorry, getting distracted. Then she suggested that Aunt Rosemary and her mother leave. Nancy smiled. "Helen and I will take over Operation Owl." As the door closed behind the two women, Nancy dragged a chair to the one corner of the room beneath the bird. She was counting on the fact that the bright overhead light had dulled the owl's vision, and she would be able to grab it without too much trouble. Nancy drew Owl Investigator. "Helen, will you open one of the screens, please?" she requested, "and wish me luck." "Don't let that thing get loose," Helen warned, as she unfastened the screen and held it far out. "I think we want it loose, Helen. I think that's the whole point." In lightning movement, she had put her two hands... Nancy reached up by stretching and was just able to grasp the bird. In a lightning movement, she had put her two hands around its body and imprisoned its claws. At once, the owl began to bob its head and peck at her arms. Above the gloves. Wincing with pain, she stepped down from the chair and ran across the room. I think it's safe to say we can check off aggressive animal, since Nancy's ignoring the cuts on her arms now because of the owl attack. Bird squirmed, darting its beak in one direction then another, but Nancy managed to hold the owl in such a position that most of the pecking missed its goal. She held the bird out the window, released it, and stepped back. Helen closed the screen and quickly fastened it. "Oh," Nancy said, gazing ruefully at her wrists, which now showed several bloody digs from the owl's beak. "I'm glad that's over." "And I am too," said Helen. "Let's lock Miss Flora's door from the outside so that the ghost can't bring in any owls to the rest of us." Suddenly, Helen grabbed Nancy's arm. "I just thought of something," she said. "There's supposed to be a police guard outside, yet the ghost got in here without being seen. Either that or there's a secret entrance to this mansion which runs underground, probably to one of the outbuildings of the property. Or the cop is just bad at his job. Also possible." Nancy now told about the furtive figure she had seen dart from behind a tree. "I must find out right away if he was a ghost or a guard. I'll do a little snooping around. It's possible the guard didn't show up," Nancy smiled, "but if he did, he's any good, he'll find me." "All right," said Helen, "but Nancy, do be careful. You're really taking awful chances to solve this mystery of Twin Elms." Nancy laughed. I feel like they really wanted to call it the mystery of Twin Elms, but they ended up going with the hidden staircase instead. I wonder if there was a fight over the name. Nancy laughed softly as she walked back to the girls' bedroom. She dressed quickly, then went downstairs to put the back door key in her pocket and let herself out of the house. Stealthily, she went down the steps and glided to a spot back of some bushes. Seeing no one around, she came from behind them and ran across the lawn to a large maple tree. She stood among the shadows for several moments, then darted out toward a building, which in colonial times had been used as the kitchen. Halfway there, she heard a sound behind her and turned. A man stood in the shadows, not 10 feet away. Quick as a wink, one hand flew to the holster on his hip. "Halt," he commanded. Oh, it's the cop. The cop thinks that she's the intruder. She's my daughter, and usually she sleeps on my bed. Aww. Perry, one of my cats is usually in here, but we're watching somebody else's cats who Perry does not really enjoy having around, and they have decided that they like my room best, and so Perry does not want to come in until they all go home. Hi, Misfiring. Poor Perry. Yeah, it's Perry's problem. Perry can stop being so antisocial. Or another suggestion for the channel. Cool, I'll check it out. Hello. Oh, I love ferrets. Ferrets are so cute. Are you familiar with dank pods? That sounds very familiar. Kittens. I probably love them. 4 cats and a beagle. Oh, we have 4 cats, and amongst everybody that lives in this house, 4 cats, 2 dogs, 2 birds. And right now we're also house sitting or cat sitting for 2 other cats. So there's 6 cats in the house right now, but 2 of them aren't ours. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I'm sorry, Texas. Yes, potatoes are love. I love rats. I think rats are adorable. Rats are little pocket puppies, yeah. I appreciate this conversation in chat about pets. Harry's just a little jealous, only a little. Harry, have you ever stopped to think maybe you're the problem? Hi, I'm Perry. I'm the problem. It's me. Harry's the true sponsor of these streams. For real. Dank Pods, the Aussie that screams at the iPad. Case, iPad with it. Oh, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about, Misfiring. I was like, why does that sound so familiar? They're like 7 and 8 and still act like puppies. And drums. He's not the same one that did the thing about the waterproof duck speaker thing, rubber ducky speaker. Is he, or is that somebody else? I did. Snake. I'm not big on snakes. Perry definitely has a serious attitude problem, bless her. Yep, that was him. Yes, I remember that video. That's my favorite. I am checking off for anybody interested. Aggressive animal because of the owl. I have checked off 8 things and I still have not gotten bingo. This is absolute bullshit. I'm just kidding. The duck that sank in the kitchen sink. Yep. 5 years since Jack my Weimaraner passed. Oh, I'm sorry. Got our golden retriever, Nelly. Oh, I'm sorry. Losing pets is the worst. We do not get pets who eat other pets. Texas KC 2006, 2008, 2011, 2015, and probably also in the future knowing him. Fair. Very fair. Thanks, friend. Yeah, I hate that. We recently, over the summer, lost our cat, Trudy. She was adorable. Oh my gosh. I appreciate you being a wonderful human being and selfless and donating to Project Hope and all. We think you could totally set up a donation goal for... Wait. Thanks, Chris. Wait, an ATEM. Oh. Okay, yeah. I probably could. I'll figure if you're talking about this whole situation, I'll figure it out. Oh, the cat. Ooh, a new character. All right, let's see. Chapter 8, A Startling Plunge. Hey, people just coming in. We're reading Nancy Drew the Hidden Staircase and playing Nancy Drew Bingo. We have yet to get bingo. You can play along with the pinned comment. Nancy halted as directed and stood facing the man. Who are you? She asked. I'm a police guard, miss, the man replied. Just call me Patrick. And who are you? Quickly, Nancy explained and asked to see his identification. He opened his coat, pulled out a leather case, and showed her his shield, proving that he... Wait. Yeah, proving that he was a plainclothesman. His name was Tom Patrick. Have you seen anyone prowling around the grounds? Nancy asked him. Not a soul, miss. This place has been quieter than a cemetery tonight. When the young sleuth told him about the furtive figure she had seen from the window, the detective laughed. I believe you saw me, he said. I guess I'm not so good at hiding as I thought I was. Yeah, that's what I said. He's probably just bad at his job. I'm gonna found you from Scambleton video. And your commentary is so sweet. Oh, thank you so much, Ollie. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Well, you've been here for a month. Belated welcome. Nancy laughed lightly. Anyway, you soon nabbed me. She told him. The two chatted for several minutes. Tom Patrick told Nancy that people in Cliffwood regard Mrs. Turnbull as being a little queer. Again, this is 1930. They're just meaning it to mean weird. That's what the word meant. Outdated vernacular. We've already ticked that off on the bingo card. They said that if she thought her house was haunted, it was all in line with the stories of the odd people who lived there from time to time during the past 100 years or so. Would this rumor make the property difficult to sell? Nancy questioned the detective. It certainly would. Nancy said the thought, well, wait for Ghost Adventures to come on air in like 70 or 80 years. It'll be a selling point, I promise. Nancy said she thought the whole thing was a shame. Mrs. Turnbull is one of the loveliest women I've ever met, and there's not a thing the matter with her, except that once in a while she is forgetful, aren't we all? You don't think that some of these happenings we've heard about are just pure imagination? Sorry. Miss Tom Patrick asked, no, I don't. Nancy now told him about the owl in Miss Flora's bedroom. The door was locked, every screen was fastened, and the damper in the chimney closed. You tell me how the owl got in there. Tom Patrick's eyes opened wide. You say this happened only a little while ago? He queried. When Nancy nodded, he added, of course I can't be everywhere on the grounds at once, but I've been round and round the building. They just go round and round. I've never stopped walking since I arrived. I don't see... He never stopped walking at all? Okay. How anyone could have gotten inside the mansion without me seeing him. I'll tell you my theory, said Nancy, but you're one guy walking around a huge building. Of course they could have. I believe there's a secret underground entrance from some other place on the grounds. It may be one of these outbuildings. Anyway, tomorrow morning, I'm going on a search for it. Well, I wish you luck, Tom Patrick said, and if anything happens during the night, I'll let you know. Nancy pointed to a window on the second floor. That's my room, she said. If you don't have a chance to use the door knocker, just throw a stone up against the screen to alert me. I'll wake up instantly, I know. The guard promised to do this, and Nancy went back into the mansion. She climbed the stairs, and for a second time that night, undressed. Helen had already gone back to sleep, so Nancy crawled into the big double bed noiselessly. The two girls awoke the next morning about the same time, and immediately Helen asked for full details of what Nancy had learned outdoors the night before. After hearing how her friend had been stopped by the guard, she shivered. You might have been in real danger, Nancy, not knowing who he was. You must be more careful. Suppose that man had been the ghost. Nancy laughed but made no reply. The girls went downstairs and started to prepare breakfast. In a few minutes, Aunt Rosemary and her mother joined them. Did you find out anything more last night? Mrs. Hayes asked Nancy. Only that the police guard named Tom Patrick is on duty, Nancy answered. As soon as breakfast was over, the young sleuth announced that she was about to investigate all the outbuildings on the estate. I'm going to search for an underground passage leading to the mansion. It's just possible that we hear no hollow sounds It's just possible that we hear no hollow sounds when we tap the walls because of double doors or walls where the entrance is. All right. Aunt Rosemary looked at Nancy intently. You are a real detective, Nancy. I see now why Helen wanted to ask you to find our ghosts. Nancy's eyes twinkled. I may have some instinct for sleuthing, she said, but unless I can solve this mystery, it won't do any of us much good. Turning to Helen, she suggested that they put on the old clothes they had brought with them. Attired in sports shirts and jeans, the girls left the house. Nancy led the way first to the old ice house. She rolled back the creaking sliding door and gazed within. The tall, narrow building was about 10 feet square. On one side were a series of sliding doors, one above the other. I've heard Miss Flora say, Helen spoke up, that in days gone by, huge blocks of ice were cut from the river when it was frozen over and dragged here on a sledge. The blocks were stored here and taken off from the top down through these various sliding doors. Do you guys remember that episode that Natasha and I covered together of Beyond Belief with the guy who was just like, my icebox? The story rather rules out the possibility of an underground passage leading from this building, said Nancy. I presume there was ice in here most of the year. The floor was covered with dark sawdust, and although Nancy was sure she would find nothing of interest beneath it, she decided to take a look. Seeing an old rusted shovel in one corner, she picked it up and began to dig. There was only dirt beneath the sawdust. Well, that clue fizzled out, Helen remarked, as she and Nancy started for the next building. This had once been the smokehouse. It, too, had an earthen floor. In one corner was a small fireplace where the smoldering fires of hickory wood had once burned. The smoke had curled up a narrow chimney in the second floor, which was windowless. Rows and rows of huge chunks of pork hung up there on hooks to be smoked, Helen explained. Sorry, if you're vegetarian, this is probably grossing you out. Helen explained, and days later turned into luscious hams and bacons. There was no indication of a secret opening, and Nancy went outside the small two-story roofed structure and walked around. Up one side of the brick building and leading to a door above, there were the remains of a ladder. Now only the side pieces which had held the rungs remained. Give me a boost, will you, Helen? Nancy requested. I want to take a look inside. Helen squatted on the ground, and Nancy climbed to her shoulders. Then Helen braced her hands against the wall, straightened up. Nancy opened the half-rotted wooden door. No ghost here, she announced. Nancy jumped to the ground and started for the servants' quarters, but a thorough inspection of the brick and wood structure failed to reveal a clue to the secret passageway. There was only one outbuilding left to investigate, which Helen said, which Helen said was the old carriage house. That was built of brick and was fairly large. No carriages stood on its wooden floor, but around the walls hung old harnesses and reins. Nancy paused a moment to examine one of the bridles. It was set with 2 hand-painted medallions of women's portraits. Suddenly, her reflection was interrupted by a scream. Turning, lost my place for a second. Okay. Turning, she was just in time to see Helen plunge through a hole in the floor. In a flash, Nancy was across the carriage house and looking down into a gaping hole where the rotted floor had given way. Helen, she cried out in alarm. I'm all right, came a voice from below. Nice and soft down here. Please throw me your flash. Nancy removed the flashlight from the pocket of her jeans and tossed it down. I didn't know that was slang for flashlight back then. On page 69. That's a funny number. I thought maybe I'd discovered something, Helen said, but this is just a plain old hole in the hole. Just give me a hand, will you, so I can climb up? Nancy lay flat on the floor and with one arm grabbed a supporting beam that stood in the center of the carriage house. Reaching down with the other arm, she assisted Helen in her ascent. We'd better watch our step around here, Nancy said, as her friend once more stood beside her. You're so right, Helen agreed, brushing dirt off her jeans. Helen's plunge had given Nancy an idea that there might be other openings in the floor, and that one of them could be the entrance to a subterranean passage. But though she flashed her light over every inch of the carriage house floor, she could discover nothing suspicious. Let's quit, Helen suggested. I'm a mess, and besides, I'm hungry. I'm a mess, and besides, I'm hungry. That is a mood, Helen. All right, Nancy agreed. Are you game to search the cellar this afternoon? Oh, sure. After lunch, they started to investigate the storerooms in the cellar. There was a cool stone room where barrels of apples had once been kept. There was another formerly filled with bags of whole wheat flour, barley, buckwheat, and oatmeal. And everything was grown on the estate, said Helen. Oh, it must have been perfectly wonderful, Nancy said. I wish we could go back in time and see how life was in those days. And that's exactly what we say about 1930 now, kind of. Maybe if we could, we'd know how to find that ghost, Helen remarked. Nancy thought so too. As the girls went from room to room in the cellar, Nancy beamed her flashlight over every inch of wall and floor. At times, the young sleuth's pulse would quicken when she thought she had discovered a trapdoor or secret opening, but each time she had to admit failure. There was no evidence of either one in the cellar. This has been a discouraging day, Nancy remarked, sighing, but I'm not giving up. Helen felt sorry for her friend. To cheer Nancy, she said with a laugh, storeroom after storeroom, but no room to store a ghost. Nancy had to laugh. Helen has dad humor. And together the two girls ascended the stairway to the kitchen. After changing their clothes, they helped Aunt Rosemary prepare the evening dinner. When the group had eaten and later gathered in the parlor, Nancy reminded the others that she had expected her father to arrive the next day. Oh my goodness. Dad didn't want me to bother meeting him, but I just can't wait to see him. I think I'll meet him at the trains from Chicago. I'll stop here. Click trains! Click trains! We can click off trains. I'll officially click off trains that time. On the bingo card. Hope your father will stay with us for 2 or 3 days, Miss Flora spoke up. Surely he'll have some idea about our ghosts. And good ones, too, Nancy said. If he's on the early train, he'll have breakfast with us. I'll meet him at 8 o'clock. But later that evening, Nancy's plans were suddenly changed. Hannah Gruen telephoned her to say that the man at the telegraph office had called the house a short time before to read a message from Mr. Drew. He had been unavoidably detained and would not arrive Wednesday. In the telegram, your father said that he will let us know when he will arrive, the housekeeper added. I'm disappointed, Nancy remarked, but I hope this delay means that Dad is on the trail of Willie Wharton. Speaking of Willie Wharton, said Hannah, I heard something about him today. What was that? Nancy asked. That he was seen down by the river right here in River Heights a couple of days ago. And Mr. Drew is just like, God damn it. Chat, what do we think? Can we potentially check farm? Because all the, like, homegrown whatever, or does that not count as a farm? What are we counting as a farm, I guess is my question. How many pages? I'm trying to figure out. So if we read, like, to, like, page... If we read a couple more chapters, we might be able to call it a night for the night. And read the other half tomorrow, chat? That might be a good idea. Let me think. I think that counts. Does it keep livestock or grow crops? They used to have pigs, it sounds like. Place you grow stuff in abundance. So relaxing, and I don't know why it really is. Oh, thank you guys. I really love doing these read streams. I was really worried that nobody would appreciate them when I started doing them, but I really wanted to start adding books to the list of, like, media things that we get to cover. Nostalgic things we get to cover. I say no in this case. Okay. We've still got a chance. Thank you guys. I appreciate you all being here. One, and then it would be here. I have a snake. Very wholesome, except for Chaos Incarnate. Whenever, I mean, we're Chaos Incarnate all the time, but yes, we're a weird mix of wholesome and Chaos Incarnate. For some reason, being called brings me so much gender euphoria. Oh, I'm glad. Sorry, I can't. I try to keep track of everybody's pronouns because, you know, obviously I can just see profile pictures and usernames, so I can't always tell, but usually animates. Yes, please let me know your pronouns so I can do my best to keep them in mind. We're pretty cool with all shades of the rainbow. Yes, we are. Come with me and you'll be. Now it's in my head. Taking my whiskers off. Oh, alone. Oh no. I'm still present. Sleepy Avery is busy. I'm sorry. I get. Oh, hi, kitty. Hi, Penny. I miss Penny. Oh no, it's Georgie. Come here, Georgie. Georgie. Don't. Okay. You know what? Fine. You ever just see your cat do something completely stupid and you're just like, yeah, you know what? Fine. Get your claws stuck in the carpet. I don't care. We're about halfway. I don't want to leave, but I have to leave. We might just do this in 2 streams. Texas. But we'll play it out. We'll see. This is my first reading stream, and I will most likely be at the next. Thank you. We do a lot of the reading streams. We also do games on stream quite a lot. I also need to do a stream at some point where we watch old game shows. That's still a thing. I was taking a clip from the weakest link when I was working on the newest video, and I was just like, we need to do a weakest link watch party night. But yeah, I have fun with these books. We also use Goodreads long story to keep a track of the books that I have collected for stream, because I use these streams as an excuse to collect to aid my addiction to collecting nostalgic junior novels, and especially Nancy Drew books and Goosebumps books and stuff like that. I believe this is book 45 that we've read on stream. Streams are great. They're nice and chill. That's good. I'm always worried that I'm not like to wind down at night. That's what I was hoping they would be like when I started them. I'm glad that we can appreciate that. Copy that. Thanks, Ollie. Go by they and a bunch of neo-pronouns. Copy. Kitty. Go by he, him. Don't mind they, them at all. Yeah, I go by she, her, but I don't mind they, them. Game show streams would be really fun. Let's do that soon. I want to watch that so badly. Yeah, let's do that. What is today? Let's see how far we get in this book, and then we'll decide for the rest of the week. Name. We could watch it. The creator is super chill and nice. I will look into that. For those who want a update on the Nancy Drew bingo, this is what my card looks like, at least. I think it lets people generate, so we should all have slightly different cards, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's just keep going. The old YouTube. Somewhere is a doc on the guy who cheated on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire UK. It was good. Ooh. Same and marked off like yours. Okay, cool. I've never used this particular bingo card before, so I wasn't entirely sure. I guess we'll either win as a team or lose as a team. We're not going to get diagonally from top to bottom, like left to right, because we're not going to get the Ned square in this card. In this book, I don't think. But let's just keep going and see. You say Willie Wharton was seen in River Heights down by the river? Nancy asked unbelievingly. Yes, Hannah replied. I learned it from our postman, Mr. Ritter, who is one of the people that sold property to the railroad. As you know, Nancy, hang on, guys, sorry. As you know, Nancy, Mr. Ritter is very honest and reliable. Well, he said he'd heard that some of the property owners were trying to horn in on the deal of Willie Wharton's for getting more money, but Mr. Ritter wouldn't have a thing to do with it. Calls it a holdup. Did Mr. Ritter himself see Willie Wharton? Nancy asked eagerly. No, the housekeeper replied. One of the other property owners told him Willie was around. That man could be mistaken, Nancy suggested. Of course he might, Hannah agreed, and I'm inclined to think he is. If your father is staying over in Chicago, it must be because of Willie Wharton. Nancy did not tell Hannah what was racing through her mind. She said good night and cheerfully, but actually she was very much worried. Maybe Willie Wharton was seen down by the river. And maybe, she mused, and maybe Dad was unavoidably detained by an enemy of his connection with the railroad bridge project. One of the dissatisfied property owners might have followed him to Chicago. Or, she reflected further, it was not inconceivable that Mr. Drew had found Willie Wharton only to have Willie hold the lawyer a prisoner. As Nancy sat lost in anxious thoughts, Helen came into the hall. Something the matter? She asked. I don't know, Nancy replied, but I have a feeling there is. Dad telegraphed to say that he wouldn't be here tomorrow. Instead of wiring, he always phones me or Hannah or his office when he's away, and it seems strange that he didn't do it this time. You told... he didn't do so this time, sorry, being pedantic. You told me a few days ago that your father had been threatened, said Helen. Are you afraid it has something to do with that? Yes, I am. Is there anything I can do? Helen offered. Thank you, Helen, but I think not. There isn't anything I can do either. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Maybe I'll hear from Dad again. Nancy looked so downcast that Helen searched her mind to find something which would cheer her friend. Suddenly, Helen had an idea and went to speak to Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary about it. I think it's a wonderful plan if Nancy will do it, Aunt Rosemary said. Helen called Nancy from the hall and proposed that they all go to the attic to look in the big trunk containing the old costumes. We might even put them on, Miss Flora proposed, smiling girlishly. And you girls could dance the minuet, said Aunt Rosemary enthusiastically. Mother plays the old spinet very well. Maybe she would play a minuet for you. I love your idea, said Nancy. She knew that the three were trying to boost her spirits and appreciated it. Besides, what they had proposed sounded like fun. All of them trooped up the creaky attic stairs. In their haste, none of the group had remembered to bring a flashlight. I'll go downstairs and get a couple, Nancy offered. Never mind, Aunt Rosemary spoke up. There are some candles and holders right here. We keep them for emergencies. She lighted 2 white candles which stood in old-fashioned saucer-type brass holders and led the way to the costume trunk. As Helen lifted the heavy lid, Nancy exclaimed in delight, how beautiful the clothes are. She could see silks, satins, and laces on one side, and the other was folded up rose velvet robe. She and Helen lifted out the garments and held them up. They're really lovelier than our formal dance clothes today, Helen remarked. Especially the men's. Helen and Nancy just really are out for men. Jeez. Men dress ugly and have weird faces is what we've gotten between these two. Jesus. Out of pocket. Miss Flora smiled, and a lot more flattering. The entire trunk was unpacked before the group selected what they would wear. This pale green silk gown was the with the panniers would look very lovely on you, Nancy. Miss Flora said, and I'm sure it's just the right size, too. Nancy surveyed a tiny waist of the ball gown. I'll try it on, she said. Then laughingly, she added, but I'll probably have to hold my breath up close to close it in the middle. My, but the women in olden times certainly had slim waistlines. Nancy being a relatable icon again, I guess. Helen was holding up a man's purple velvet suit. It had knee breeches, and the waistcoat had a lace ruffle front. There were a tricorn hat, long white stockings, and buckled slippers to complete the costume. I think I'll wear this and be your partner, Nancy, Helen said. Taking off her pumps, she slid her feet into the buckled slippers. The others laughed aloud, and a man with a foot twice his size of Helen's had once worn the slippers. Never mind, I'll stuff the empty space with paper, Helen announced gaily. Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary selected gowns for themselves, then opened a good-sized box at the bottom of the trunk. It contained various kinds of wigs worn in colonial times. All were pure white and fluffy. Carrying the costumes and wigs, the group descended to their bedrooms, where they changed into the fancy clothes, then went to the first floor. Miss Flora led the way into the room and across the hall from the parlor. She said it once had been the drawing room. Later it had become a library, but the old spinet still stood in a corner. Miss Flora sat down at the instrument and began to play Beethoven's Minuet. Be midnight, everybody make a wish. I can hear the cuckoo clock going off downstairs. Aunt Rosemary sat down beside her. Nancy and Helen, dubbed by the latter Master and Mistress Colonial America, began to dance. They clasped their right hands high in the air, then took 2 steps backwards and made little bows. They circled, then strutted, and even put in a few steps with which no dancers in colonial times would have been familiar. Aunt Rosemary giggled and clapped. I wish President Washington would come to see you, she said, acting out her part in the entertainment. Mistress Nancy, prithee do an encore. Cats are doing cat things. Do an encore, and Master Corning, wilt thou accompany thy fair lady? The girls could barely keep from giggling. Helen made a low bow to her aunt. Her tricorn in her hand, and said, At your service, my lady. Your every wish is my command. The minuet was repeated. Then, as Miss Flora stopped playing, the girls sat down. Oh, that was such fun, Nancy said. Sometime I'd like to... Listen, she commanded suddenly. From outside the house, they could hear loud shouting. Come here. You in the house, come here. Nancy and Helen dashed from their chairs to the front door. Nancy snapped on the porch light, and the 2 girls raced outside. Over here, a man's voice urged. Nancy and Helen ran down the steps and out onto the lawn. Just ahead of them stood Tom Patrick, the police detective. In a vice-like grip, he was holding a thin, bent-over man whom the girls judged to be about 50 years of age. Is this your ghost? The guard asked. His prisoner was struggling to free himself, but he was unable to get loose. The girls hurried forward to look at the man. This is a picture. We have a picture. We have an illustration. The guard is holding the intruder, and the girls are like, what? In their dresses. The ghost, the police guard asked. I caught him sneaking along the edge of the grounds, Tom Patrick announced. Let me go, the man cried out angrily. I'm no ghost. What are you talking about? You may not be a ghost, the detective said, but you could be the thief who's been robbing this house. What? His prisoner exclaimed. I'm no thief. I live around here. Anyone will tell you. I'm okay. What's your name and where do you live? The detective prodded. He left the man standing straight, but held one of his arms firmly. My name is Albert Watson, and I live over on Tuttle Road. What were you doing on this property? Albert Watson said he had been taking a shortcut home. His wife had taken their car for the evening. I'd been to a friend's house. You can call him and verify what I'm saying. And you can call my wife, too. Maybe she's home now, and she'll come and get me. The guard reminded Albert Watson that he had not revealed why he was sneaking along the ground. Well, the prisoner said, it was because of you. I heard downtown that there was a detective patrolling this place. I just didn't want to bump into you. I was afraid of just what did happen. The man relaxed a little. I guess you're a pretty good guard at that. Detective Patrick let go of Albert Watson's arm. Your story sounds okay, but we'll go into the house and do some telephoning to find out if you're telling the truth. You'll find out all right. Why, I'm even a notary public. They don't give a notary's license to dishonest folks. The trespasser insisted. Then he said at Nancy and Helen, what are you doing in those funny clothes? We were having a little costume party, Helen responded in the excitement. She and Nancy had forgotten what they were wearing. I do that all the time. I'm like, somebody will be like, oh, nice shirt. And I'll be like, what shirt do I have on today? Thank you. Thank you. The 2 girls started for the house with the men following. When Mr. Watson and the guard saw Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary also in costume, they gazed at the women in amusement. The women in amusement. Nancy introduced Mr. Watson. Miss Flora said she knew of him, although she had never met the man. 2 phone calls by the guard confirmed Watson's story. In a little while, his wife arrived at Twin Elms to drive her husband home, and Detective Patrick went back to his guard duty. Aunt Rosemary then turned out all the lights on the first floor, and she, Miss Flora, and the girls went upstairs. Bedroom doors were locked, and everyone hoped there would be no disturbance during the night. It was a good day, Nancy, said Helen, yawning as she climbed into bed. Yes, it was, said Nancy. Excuse me. Of course, I'm a little disappointed that we aren't further along in solving the mystery, but maybe by this time tomorrow. She looked toward Helen, who did not answer. She was already sound asleep. Nancy herself was under the covers a few minutes later. She lay staring at the ceiling, going over the various events of the past 2 days. As her mind recalled the scene in the attic when they were pulling costumes from the old trunk, she suddenly gave a start. The section of wall back of the trunk! She told herself the paneling looked different somehow from the rest of the attic wall. Maybe it's movable and leads to a secret exit. Tomorrow I'll find out. Good for you, Nancy. She did it. All right, let's see. Where I am in chat. Was this set in Connecticut? So it's set in the general area surrounding River Heights, which is Nancy's hometown, which we're never told specifically where it is. I always imagined it being somewhere near Vermont. I think they say in one of the books, in some of the books, they refer to it as being more New England. Some of the books, they refer to it as being more Midwestern. In my mind, it'll always be like, yeah, Connecticut, Vermont, that kind of area, just based on architecture, you know? My my parents lived in Vermont for a while, and I've always just pictured it like that. I really wish that doing some kind of musical watch party stream wouldn't be an absolute copyright nightmare. Yeah, it can be hard enough just to like do videos of it. It's like people always want me to do watch parties of Beyond Belief, and it's like one day when I've covered all of Beyond Belief, I would love to do like a marathon watch party, but I just genuinely don't know that I can. We'll have to see when we get there one day. I feel like YouTube, like I get it, but I feel like if YouTube, there's a lot of things that like YouTube allows to be fully posted in full on YouTube as a video. Straight up piracy, right? But then like if you're doing a live stream where you are doing live commentary over it, thus putting it back into the world of fair use, that's not allowed. And I'm like, I feel like YouTube streaming rules and their posting rules should be consistent. Drawing and making all listening to this looks so good. Yay! I love it. This is so relaxing. Oh, I'm glad. I'm out. What happened? Good night, Cameron. I know you're probably long gone by now, but I'm just seeing it. Good night. Connecticut, probably. Yeah, I always imagine it in like that New England area somewhere. So and they do like allude to it being or straight up say that it's New England. I'm pretty sure in some books or works. So like any time that it changes and they're like, the Midwestern town, I'm like, no, it's not a Midwestern town. That's not what we have established. It's the same thing as like when Nancy Drew is usually redhead, but occasionally she's blonde, and I'm like, no, she's not. She's redhead. Loki variant went to bed. Not feeling well. Oh, I'm sorry, Paulo. In any minute, night, day, in advance, and hope to see y'all tomorrow. Still here. For some reason. Oh, good. Hi, Cameron. Heather's bootleg has been up for 3 years, but a ride. The Cyclone bootleg gets taken down like every week. Yeah, I have no idea. It's so strange. It all goes down to copyright, right? It all goes down to whoever's holding that copyright. Some people are more strict, and some people are not. With the old slime tutorials. But even I, like, as a person who makes fair use commentary content, like, I get people being like, we're copywriting this because you're using our content. I'm like, but I'm commenting on it. That's literally in the fair use law. And they're like, nope, this is ours. Your ad revenue is ours. And I'm like, oh, I see. Okay. Ye old slime tutorials, yeah. Back in my day. They're still called slime tutorials, right? I'm not that old. Nancy had black hair. Yeah, this is Nancy on the cover. Nancy has hair that's usually described as redhead. Sometimes it's described as blonde. It's described as blonde in this book, but she's obviously redhead on the cover. So, like, Nancy Drew is a ginger. Okay, cool. Yeah, they are. Okay. Copyright on YouTube is very weird because the copyright laws have not been updated since like the late 70s, and the people back then had no idea how YouTube was going to change the creator space. So like it's this big gray area. And thankfully, like the times that they have been taken to court, the courts have sided with YouTubers because it's fair use content. But yeah, it can be a lot. The Ballad of Jane Doe is just everything. I've never seen that. Live version and not studio recorded version is so much better in my opinion. Same with every song. Not to plug one of my own videos, but Ollie, have you seen the video that I did on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the live musical with David Hasselhoff? Because that is one of probably my favorite like musical video that I've covered on this channel. It just reminded me of it. Actually, you can watch the full musical if you haven't seen it here on YouTube. Skip the commentary. All right, considering it is 12:13, at the end of this chapter, after this chapter, we will like be right at the halfway point, I believe. Because it's like 20 chapters. Every original Nancy Drew book is like 20 chapters and 180 pages, almost exactly. Watch. 182. Yeah. So after this chapter, we'll be at page 91, and we'll have read 10 chapters, so we'll literally be halfway. So I think I'll call it after that, and we'll read the other half tomorrow night, if that's cool with you guys. Yeah, I thought it was like a gilded thing. I think what happened was the person who once upon a time owned this before I bought it secondhand, did that thing where like, you ever do that thing with your books where you like put them, you like marker it, so it's like gilding it? I think that's what happened, because none of the other edges are gilded. Down with knives, good for you. Thank you. Started watching it, then I wanted to watch the musical and couldn't find it. Should still be up. I'll check. But There should be a link to the full musical under the video, unless that got taken down. But I think I definitely linked the full thing, which was here on YouTube. The book I have has gold gilded pages, and it always amazed me when I was younger. Yeah, it's cute. I think I had one like that too. Yeah, you guys know I love reading whole books in a night, but I think this one's just slightly too long to read all in one night, so we'll read it in two, since there's a perfect natural halfway stopping point coming up. All right, chapter 10, The Midnight Watch. As soon as the two girls awoke the next morning, Nancy told Helen her plan. "I'm with you," Helen said. "Oh, I do wish we could solve the mystery of the ghost. I'm afraid that it's beginning to affect Miss Flora's health, and yet she won't leave Twin Elms. Maybe we can get Aunt Rosemary to keep her in the gardens most of the day," Nancy suggested. "It's perfectly beautiful outside. We might even serve lunch under the trees." "I'm sure they'd love that," said Helen. "As soon as we get downstairs, let's propose it." Both women liked the suggestion. Aunt Rosemary had guessed their strategy and was appreciative of it. "I'll wash and dry the dishes," Nancy offered when breakfast was over. "Miss Flora, why don't you and Aunt Rosemary go outside right now and take advantage of this lovely sunshine?" The frail elderly woman smiled. Oh. There were deep circles under her eyes, indicating that she had had a sleepless night. Know that feeling. "And I'll run the vacuum cleaner around dust this first floor in less than half an hour," Helen said merrily. Her relatives caught the spirit of her enthusiasm, and Miss Flora remarked, "I wish you girls lived here all the time. Despite our troubles, you have brought a feeling of gaiety back into our lives." Dumb question. When did vacuum cleaners go into general use for the general American household? You good, Texas? So I flipped it over my head. I haven't had it this long in a bit. That's how I feel about my hair. My hair's gotten very, very long. I've just let it grow for like a year now. And I'm just like, damn, I forgot. Having this much hair means you gotta like take care of it and stuff. Catsicle. Both girls smiled at the compliment. As soon as the two women had gone outdoors, the girls set to work with a will. At the end of the allotted half hour, the first floor of the mansion was spotless. Nancy and Helen next went to the second floor, quickly made the beds, and tidied the bathrooms. "And now for that ghost," said Helen, brandishing her flashlight. Nancy took her own from a bureau drawer. "Let's see if we can figure out how to climb these attic stairs without making them creak," Nancy suggested. Knowing how may come in handy sometime. This presented a real challenge. Every inch of each step was tried before the girls finally worked out a pattern to follow in ascending the stairway noiselessly. Helen laughed. "This will certainly be a memory test, Nancy. I'll rehearse our direction. First step, put your foot to the left near the wall. Second step, right center. Third step, against the right wall. I'll need 3 feet to do that." Nancy laughed too. "For myself, I think I'll..." sorry, my voice cracked. Hang on. "For myself, I think I'll skip the second step. Let's see. On the fourth and fifth, it's all right to step in the center, but on the sixth, you hug the left wall, and on the seventh, the right wall." Helen interrupted. "But if you step on the eighth and place any place, it will creak, so you skip it." 9, 10, 11 are okay, Nancy recalled, "but from there to 15 at the top, we're in trouble." "Let's see if I remember," Helen said. "On 12, you go left, then right again. How do you do that without a jump, losing your balance, and tumbling down?" How about skipping 14 and then stretching as far as you can to reach the top one at the left where it doesn't squeak, Nancy replied. Let's go. She and Helen went back to the second floor and began what was meant to be a silent descent, but both of them made so many mistakes at first. The creaking was terrific. This would have been a puzzle in the games if they had incorporated this part into the game, and I'm glad they didn't, because I hate, it's like the squirrel puzzle from Waverly Academy. Hated that puzzle. Finally, however, the girls had the silent spots memorized perfectly and went up noiselessly. Nancy clicked on her flashlight and swung it to the nearest wood-paneled wall. Helen stared at it, then remarked, "This isn't made of long panels from ceiling floor. It's built of small pieces." "That's right," said Nancy, "but see, if you don't agree with me that the spot back of the costume trunk near the chimney looks a little different. The grain doesn't match the other wood." The girls crossed the attic and Nancy beamed her flashlight over the suspected paneling. "It does look different," Helen said. "This could be a door, I suppose, but there's no knob or other hardware on it." She ran her finger over a section just above the floor, following the cracks at the edge of the 4x2.5-foot space. I'm just thinking of the attic at the top of the stairs in Beetlejuice. "It's a secret door," said Nancy. "The knob is on the other side." "How are we going to open it?" Helen questioned. "We might try prying the door open," Nancy proposed, "but first I want to test it." She tapped an entire panel with her knuckles. A look of disappointment came over her face. "There's certainly no hollow space behind it," she said. "Let's make sure," Helen said. "Suppose I go downstairs and get a screwdriver and hammer. We'll see what happens when we drive the screwdriver through the crack." "Good idea, Helen." While she was gone, Nancy inspected the rest of the attic walls and floor. She did not find another spot which seemed suspicious. By this time, Helen had returned with the tools. Inserting her screwdriver into one of the cracks, she began to pound on the handle of it with the hammer. Nancy watched hopefully. The screwdriver went through the crack very easily, but immediately met an obstruction on the other side. Helen pulled the screwdriver out. "Nancy, you try your luck." The young sleuth picked a different spot, but the results were the same. There was no open space behind the portion of the attic wall. "My hunch wasn't so good," said Nancy. Helen suggested that they give up and go downstairs. "Anyway, I think the postman will be here soon." Sorry, my brain likes to match music to everything. Sorry. I give it the search. Stairs. Wait, hang on. I lost my place. "Postman will be here soon." She smiled. "I'm expecting a letter from Jim. Mother said she would forward all my mail." Nancy did not want to give up the search yet, but she nodded in agreement and waved her friend toward the stairs. Then the young detective sat down on the floor and cupped her chin in her hands. As she stared ahead, Nancy noticed that Helen, in her eagerness to meet the postman, had not bothered to quietly go down the attic steps. It sounded as if Helen had picked the squeakiest spot on each step. Nancy heard Helen go out the front door and suddenly realized that she was in the big mansion all alone. "That may bring the ghost on a visit," she thought. "If he's around, he may think I went outside with Helen, and I may learn where the secret opening is." Nancy sat perfectly still, listening intently. Suddenly, she flung her head up. Was it her imagination, or did she hear the creak of steps? She was not mistaken. Nancy strained her ears, trying to determine from where the sound was coming. "I'm sure they're not from the attic stairs or the main staircase, and not the back stairway. Even if the ghost was in the kitchen and unlocked the door to the second floor, he'd know that the one at the top of the stairs was locked from the other side." Nancy's heart suddenly gave a leap. She was positive that the creaking sounds were coming from somewhere behind the attic wall. "A secret staircase," she thought excitedly. "Maybe the ghost is entering the second floor." Nancy waited until the sound stopped. Then she got to her feet, tiptoed noiselessly down the attic steps, and looked around. She could hear nothing. Was the ghost standing quietly in one of the bedrooms? Probably Miss Flora's? Treading so lightly that she did not make a sound, Nancy peered into each room as she reached it, but no one was in any of them. Maybe he's on the first floor, Nancy thought. She descended the main stairway, hugging the wall so she would not make a sound. I believe that might be this. I don't know if this is the picture from the cover, but I always try to find it. As someone who was never in Nancy Drew, I'm confused. Hi, Cyanide. So we're winding down for tonight. You can obviously, I recommend watching the VOD from the beginning so you'll be less confused. But basically, Nancy Drew, mystery solver. She's solving these people think their house is haunted, and it's becoming clear to her that somebody is trying to make them think the place is haunted so that they can look for some kind of treasure in the house. So basically, that's what we're reading about. Yeah. So we're almost at the halfway point, which is where we're gonna take a pause for tonight and come back and read the other half tomorrow. But I recommend going and starting the VOD from the beginning but you'll know like everything that happened so far. But yeah, this book, it was written in 1930. This is only the second Nancy Drew book that was ever written. There's hundreds of them now, obviously, but like Nancy Drew, girl detective, doing teen detective things, basically. I love Nancy Drew. I collect Nancy Drew books and memorabilia, and so I've always been into Nancy Drew. Where was I? I've lost my place. Oh dear. He's on the first floor, Nancy thought. She descended the main stairway, hugging the wall so she would not make a sound. Reaching the first floor, Nancy peered into the parlor. No one was there. She looked into the library, the dining room, and the kitchen. She saw no one. Well, the ghost didn't come into the house after all, Nancy concluded. He may have intended to, but he changed his mind. She felt more certain. I'm taking another sip. Yeah, it's definitely time to call it after this. I'm just straight up losing my voice. She felt more certain that at any time, however, there was a secret entrance. She felt more certain than at any time, however, that there was a secret entrance to Twin Elms Mansion from a hidden stairway, but how to find it? Suddenly, the young sleuth snapped her fingers. I know what I'll do. I'll set a trap for the ghost. She reflected that he had taken jewelry, but those thefts had stopped. Apparently, he was afraid to go to the second floor. Yeah, Ghostbusters, who call Nancy Drew? He's taken jewelry. Apparently, he was afraid to go to the second floor. I wonder if anything is missing from the first floor, she mused. Maybe he's taken silverware or helped himself to some food. Going to the back door, Nancy opened it and called to Helen, who was now seated in the garden with Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary. What say we start lunch, she called, not wishing to distress Miss Flora by bringing up the subject of the mystery. Okay, Helen said. In a few moments, she joined Nancy, who asked if her friend had received a letter. Helen's eyes sparkled. I sure did. Oh, Nancy, I can hardly wait for Jim to get home. Nancy smiled. The way you describe him, I can hardly wait to see him myself. Then she told Helen the real reason she had called her into the kitchen. She described the footsteps on what she was sure was a hidden, creaking stairway, then added, if we discover that food or something else is missing, we'll know he's been here again. Helen offered to inspect the flat silver. I know approximately how many pieces should be in the buffet drawer, she said. I'll look over the food supplies, Nancy suggested. I'll have a pretty good idea what was in the refrigerator and on the pantry shelf. It was not many minutes before each of the girls discovered articles missing. Helen said that nearly a dozen teaspoons were gone, and Nancy figured that several cans of food, some eggs, and a quart of milk had been taken. It just seems impossible to catch that thief, Helen said with a sigh. On a sudden hunch, Nancy took down from the wall a memo pad and pencil which hung there. Putting a finger to her lips to indicate that Helen was not to comment, Nancy wrote on the sheet, I think the only way to catch the ghost is to trap him. I believe he has one or more microphones hidden someplace, and that he hears all our plans. Ooh, high tech for 1930. Bookmark. Yeah, my brother found this. He's like, I don't know when I got this. I think it was in grade school, but he's like, I figured that you and your chat would appreciate it, so we've been using that. Reading is awesome. Thank you. I'll tell him that you said that. Nancy looked up at Helen, who nodded silently. Nancy continued to write, I don't want to worry Miss Flora or Aunt Rosemary, so let's keep our plans a secret. I suggest that we go to bed tonight as usual and carry on a conversation about plans for tomorrow. But actually, we won't take off our clothes. Then about out of context, that sounded really weird. Then about midnight, let's tiptoe downstairs to watch. I'll wait in the kitchen. Do you want to stay in the living room? Again, Helen nodded. Nancy, thinking that they had been quiet too long, and that if there was an eavesdropper nearby, he might become suspicious, said aloud, What would Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary like for lunch, Helen? Why, Helen found it hard to transfer to the new subject. They, both love soup. Then I'll make cream of chicken soup, said Nancy. Hand me a can of chicken and rice, will you? And I'll get the milk. As Helen was doing this, Nancy lighted a match, held her recently written note over the sink, and set fire to the paper. Nancy smiled. Nancy thinks of everything, she said to herself. The girls chatted gaily as they prepared the food and finally carried 4 trays out to the garden. They did not mention their midnight plan. The day in the garden was proving to be most beneficial to Miss Flora, and the girls were sure she would sleep well that night. Nancy's plan was followed to the letter. Just as the grandfather clock in the hall was striking midnight, Nancy arrived in the kitchen and sat down to await developments. Helen was posted to a living room chair near the hall doorway. Moonlight streamed into both rooms, but the girls had taken seats in the shadows. Helen was mentally rehearsing the further instructions which Nancy had written to her during the afternoon. The young sleuth had suggested that if Helen should see anyone, she would run to the front door, open it, and yell, Police! At the same time, she was to try to watch where the intruder disappeared. The minutes ticked by. There was not a sound in the house. Then suddenly Nancy heard the front door open with a bang, and Helen's voice yell loudly and clearly, Police! Help! Police! And that, dear viewer, is where we are going to leave. I'm getting off now, Patrick. We are at exactly the halfway point. Check that out. Exactly the halfway point. So we will leave off here and read the other half tomorrow. I don't know why my voice is going. Sorry, cyanide, cinnamon roll. But you'll have the stream VOD to watch back, so you'll have the whole context of the whole story. So that's neat. Why did I say neat? I hate the word neat. Yeah. So, drawing, yay! Halfway, exactly. My OCD is happy. Indeed, do chat gaily, but instead That's funny. I know. I love the old, outdated use of words and language. Very funny. Good night, guys. I will see you. Thank you for being here. I will see you tomorrow. You made it, Texas. Yeah, we will finish this up tomorrow. 4th grade English vibes, and I'm so here for it. Oh yeah, I started loving these when I was like 6, and my grandmother gave me a Nancy Drew book, and I've just been collecting and reading Nancy Drew ever since, and it's a really big, you should see the shelf in the other room of like all the Nancy Drew books that I've collected over time. Don't have all of them by any means, but I do have quite a bit of them. He's cold kitty. Yeah, it is 12. Yep, it's 12:35. So I am going to get off and try to go to sleep. So if you're in a time zone where it's time where it is, hopefully by tomorrow night my camera won't be doing this weird glitch thing anymore, but we'll see. But if you're in a similar time zone to me, also try to get sleep. We use pumpkins now. Yes, it is pumpkin time. We're going to bed, and I'll see you tomorrow. That's the plan. And then maybe the day after, maybe then we can finally start doing our game stream watches. We'll see. We'll see what we can get to this weekend. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Stay safe. Sweet dreams if you're in that kind of time zone, or just have a good day if you're in the other time zone. Another time zone. Right, watch for my other account tomorrow. Thank you, Cyanide, Cinnamon Roll. Say hi. See it. Oh, okay, that's your other account. Cool. Copy. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, and good night. Bye, Toonie. Bye, everybody.